City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for July 13th is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the provisions of an act extending certain COVID measures adopted during the state of emergency that was signed by Governor Baker on June 16, 2021. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings that it adopted during the COVID-19 pandemic until April 1st, 2020. 2022. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. This meeting is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representative of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. Do not raise your hand before the relevant address. Again, please do not raise your hand before the relevant address, because that just creates confusion as to which project and who is here to speak for or in opposition to the project. These instructions will be repeated throughout the hearing. Let me just take a roll call. Mr. Fortune?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Ehrlich?
Here.
Good morning. Mr. Ruggiero?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Legris?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Morning. Ms. Dong?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Hampton from the BPDA?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. So let me make a request of the board. When you make your motion, please put your name on the record. If you second a motion, please put your name on the record. If you're in opposition, please put your name on the record. And when it comes time to vote, please also put your voice on the record. Okay, so that we know that this is a fully participatory meeting and the board is doing its due diligence. Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first order of business is the approval of the hearing minutes for August 11th, 2020, October 6th, 2020, October 27th, 2020, November 10th, 2020, and January 12th of 2021. Need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second, Joe Ruggiero.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
On the first extension, calling BOA 629-541-85 Linden Street. Madam Chair, if we grant this, this will be their second extension. It's due to expire on July 28th, 2020, and I believe it's still an active court case. Name and address for the record, please.
Address is 169 Naples Road in Brookline. Good morning, Madam.
I'm sorry you're breaking up. Are you Jason Slomick?
There's a typo on the writing.
Oh, okay. So this is still an active court case then?
Yes, it is.
Okay, may I have a motion for a one-year extension?
Motion for,
Is there a second?
second Legris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, everyone.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 900-189-27 Leedsville Street. Madam Chair, this did expire on June 28th of 2021. If we grant it, it will be their first extension. Name and address for the record, please.
Let's move on, Mr. Fortune, please.
Sure. We'll hold that one to the side. Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 609-358-6-8 Parsons Street. There is a companion case, BOA 609-355-10 Parsons Street. This would be their second extension. If we grant it today, they are going to expire on July 23rd of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the applicant. This project was the subject of litigation, which was ultimately settled, and subsequent to that, BPDA design review has been completed, and the full set of construction drawings are being submitted to ISD. So we are near the end of the document preparation process and would expect a permit to issue soon thereafter.
Okay, may I have a one-year extension, please?
Is there two companion cases on this?
Yes, they're just looking at
I
6 and
just-
10 persons in Ward 22.
Yep, 270 Dorchester Ave is the next one on the list.
Yes, but
It's
right
not
now,
attached to this.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we got it
Okay.
right. Motion for a one-year extension.
is
Second
there a
Legris.
second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 486-152-270 Dorchester Avenue. This will be their third extension. If we grant it today, it is to expire on July 14th, which is tomorrow. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the applicant. We have completed the full set of construction drawings, and there are 39 separate items that have been uploaded to the ISD permit system. Some have been approved, some are still pending review, but the site has already been demolished. The existing warehouse was demolished and is ready for construction, and we do expect that the permit review process will be completed fairly shortly.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I have a question with respect to this extension. So, Mr. Lacasse, could you opine as to what has occurred that has created such a large delay? This is on the corner of Dorchester Ave and B Street in my neighborhood, and
Understood.
the barriers that have been put up have taken away from Dorchester Ave and B Street and created a very narrow passageway there, making it hard for vehicles to turn, creating pedestrian safety issues. Can you opine as to why this delay has occurred?
Yes, Mr. Legros. It's a fairly complicated construction site as it sits in part over Red Line Tunnel. And as you see, the existing warehouse was demolished. There have been numerous additional requests for information from ISD to complete the permitting process. It's a 110-unit buildings with an underground parking garage, so there are a lot of moving parts. There was a notice of project change that was filed at one point with the BPDA, but as I said, the final drawings are all pending review at ISD, and we expect that the process would move forward and construction will begin.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for a one-year extension, Joe.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 874-954-303 to 305 Bennington Street. This would be their first extension. It expired yesterday. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Jeff Drago and Toscano with an address of 11 Beacon Street here on behalf of the applicant. Just due to the COVID-19 pandemic, things were delayed in terms of finding permitting and construction crews. We are back on track with this project. We are seeking a one-year extension on the permits that would help.
Motion for a one-year extension.
Is there a second?
Second, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 579-100-931 Bennington Street. I believe, Madam Chair, these are all separate. Mr. Lynch, could you just, up on the board, it shows it all being together, but I'm pretty sure they're separate, correct? This one's separate?
931 Bennington, Mr. Secretary, is separate from the 173 Maverick cases and 210 Maverick, correct?
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, this will be the second extension if we grant it. It does expire today. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this is our request for a second extension. This involves a pretty extensive renovation to an existing gas station. There was a very involved development project located immediately adjacent to it. And we have been trying to coordinate our design relative to what was being built next door. I believe they are very close to getting the permit issued and ready to proceed. So this should be our last extension necessary.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for a one-year extension.
Second, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next three cases, calling BOA 825-473-173 to 177 Maverick. There are two companion cases, BOA 825-475-175 Maverick Street, and BOA 825-478-177 Maverick Street. Madam Chair, this will be their second extension if we grant it today. It is due to expire as of today. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this actually may become moot. The board may recall we just actually went through a process where this was originally proposed as an alteration. This will now be a full demolition of the building and then built consistent with what was originally approved. This extension request was made prior to the board hearing, just sort of as a belt and suspenders approach in the event that the board denied the relief. We are expecting a decision on this matter to be finalized, and once that occurs, we will go ahead and withdraw this particular petition. So we're just requesting a very brief extension pending the finalization of the decision.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for, what, a 90-day extension?
Give it a year, because, you know, we never know. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case for extension, calling BOA 907-4142 to 10 Maverick Street. Madam Chair, this will be their first extension if we grant it today. It is due to expire on August 30th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this involves a 6-story mixed-use building located in the Maverick Square section of East Boston. They are finalizing their design review with the BPDA. This was subject to Article 80. There are a number of site challenges, none that are insurmountable. We are expecting the permitting for this project to be completed within the next probably 2 to 3 months. We are dealing with the MBTA Blue Line station, which is located adjacent to the site, but we expect to have all of that wrapped up relatively quickly.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for a one-year extension.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Madam Ambassador, do we know if Leedsville Street is on? Mr. Tong Vu?
I don't see the name there.
Madam Chair, what would you like to do?
I'm sorry, just.
Okay, let me call it in for the record then, sir.
Yes, he's here.
Calling case BOA 900-189-27 Leedsville Street. Madam Chair, this would be their first extension. If we grant it, it did expire on June 28th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Tom Willem, Carlton Road, Woburn, Massachusetts.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
No, motion for a 1-year extension, Joe.
Second, Legris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, calling the next case for building code, case BOA 181 Warren Ave. This is to reconstruct the existing 4-unit private legal roof deck with a zoning compliant, slightly different footprint and a zone compliant roof hatch. To perform minor interior renovations within Unit 4, the 4th floor unit, including adding stair to roof hatch. Project was approved by Landmarks. The violation is the 9th edition 7080 CMR 1011 stairways. The violation 1011.12.2 roof access shall be through a penthouse. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning to Madam Chair and the board. My name is Derek Rubinoff, Derek Rubinoff Architect, 82 Spring Street, West Roxbury. I'm the architect of the project, representing the owners, Carrie and Torino Stephenson. They own Unit 4. And this is an existing 4-family building built around 1899. There's an existing roof deck.
Hold on, Mr. Rubinoff. Mr. Robinson, have you had a chance to look at these plans?
Yes. Plans are fine, no questions.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That was probably the easiest presentation, Mr. Rubinoff.
Thank you very much to everybody. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call the 9:30 hearings. Any deferrals or withdrawals? Give me the address first, please.
Mr. Fortune, I have companion cases 89 Woodrow Avenue and 8 Oakhurst Street.
Thank you, Mr. Lacasse. Calling these two cases for case BOA 120-3726, 89 Woodrow Avenue, and case BOA 117-80488 to 8A Oakhurst Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the applicants. We are seeking a deferral to engage in further community review process. We've done a lot of work with the neighborhood association and the direct abutters, but believe we have a bit further to go on this and would ask for deferral.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer, Mark.
Is there a second? Thank you, Sherry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please?
We'll have a date of September 21st at 12:30.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Address, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Walter.
Address, please. Address, please.
Granada Park.
For the record, calling BOA 117-8769, 19 Granada Park. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning again. Walter Lemus, 19 Granada Park, Roxbury, Mass. 02119.
Are you requesting a deferral or a withdrawal?
Yes, Madam Chair. Deferral.
A deferral? And for
Yes,
what
please.
reason?
We didn't get the chance to meet with the Jamaica Plain Board Association, and I guess we need some time to.
Yes, so please hurry up and do that because people are going to go on summer break, so you need to get on their agenda soon. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer, Mark.
Is there a second?
Second,
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please?
You have a date of September 21st at 12:30.
Thank you so much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Address first, please.
Madam Chairman, members of the board. Madam Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to defer on 390, 392nd Street.
For the record, calling BOA 116-4225, 399 to 396 West 2nd Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Eric Zackerson, architect for the project, 1 Street, Charlestown.
Okay, and what's the reason for this request?
ISD requested a little more time to review the drawings and some additional information on the FAR, and so we'll send that to them, but they asked us to defer.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer, Mark.
Is there a second?
Second,
Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date?
We have a date of September 21st at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30 cases? Hearing none, I'll call the first case, calling BOA 117-2467, 37 Merrimack Street. This is the continued use of an open-air parking lot at 37 Merrimack Street. The violation is Article 6, Section 03A, additional conditions in a restricted parking district. Name and address for the record, please. Mr. Sokol on?
I'm sorry, what's the name?
Sokol, S-O-K-A-O-L?
Yes, yeah, Francis, can you make him a panelist, David Sokol? David, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm David Sokol. I'm the attorney for the, I'm doing something wrong. Can you hear me okay?
You're breaking up a little bit, so can you move a little bit closer to the mic?
I'm not sure what's going on, but I represent Lay's Parking. This is a continuous use, and it's been here since 1958, and we're seeking a 3-year extension. We've been through all the neighborhood meetings, and there's been no opposition whatsoever. There's been no changes, and we're looking for a 3-year extension. This is the parking lot across from the Brook Courthouse, 45 cars, 37 Merrimack Street. And everything worked so well yesterday. I don't know why I'm having trouble today.
C'est la vie. Okay, so I know this project has come to us for renewal many times, and I think I'm beginning to feel like a broken record about this, because we have really requested that there be some really serious thought about screening and buffering. As a pedestrian on that street, it is uncomfortable to have the, to not feel the security of enough screening, enough whatever it is, right at that point. And I'm looking at it on Google Maps, and it looks like there's just you know, a faint nod to the fact that there needs to be screening and buffering on the site.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
You're apparently looking at the electronic parking lot on the corner. That's a different parking lot?
I know that, because I remember when these came through for the cafe and the electric parking. So I know that electric parking.
So we're screened and buffered. We have trees and fences and curb cuts and everything according to what the BRA and everybody else asks us to do continuously.
Okay.
So,
okay. Let's see. And this view is not giving me the rear view at off of Merrimack, so I cannot tell what that looks like. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. However, I mean, I kind of disagree with the proponent. There is no planting and buffering on Friend Street side, which is the more residential side. Cars are right up on the sidewalk. There's no fence. If we recommend approval, I think this needs to go back to the BPA for design review for buffering. I think there should be at least some street trees or something could be coordinated to make this feel a little bit better.
Absolutely. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support or in opposition to this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is John Romano from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This project had gone through our community process and has received support in the community, and as such, at this time, our office would like to go on record in support of the project.
And may I say, please, that the Friends...
No, sorry, no, stop, please. If we are now receiving testimony, Ms. Ambassador, any other raised hands?
No raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Madam Chair, Secretary, we do have a couple of letters of support.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sorry. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Sophia. I'm from Councilor Ed Flynn's office. We would like to go on record in support based on the feedback from neighbors and the West End Civic Association. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, which councilor's office are you from?
Councilor Ed Flynn's office.
Oh, excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
It's usually used to Anna, so.
Right, she's out this week.
Okay,
so
okay, welcome.
Madam Chair, may I be heard?
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review for screening and buffering.
Can we make that for 2 years instead of the requested 3, so that
And
they...
for 2 years, yes, screen it above. And Jeff?
Screening and buffering for 2 years.
Yeah, and I'll have them concentrate on the Friend Street frontage.
And Merrimack, because it just looks like it's, every time I walk by, it's just,
And can we just throw in, signage too, that that updated signage be done?
Okay, so it's approved. The motion is to approve with screening and buffering for 2 years and also a review of the signage by the BPDA. Is there a second?
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set with those provisos.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 114-0271, 34 Dorset Street. This is to construct a new 3-story, 3-unit residential dwelling. The violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, a 3-family dwelling is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive 2 stories. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, 28 State Street, Suite 802 in Boston. With me today is the property owner and developer of the Unoriginal LLC. Madam Chair, 34 Dorset. It's located in the McCormick area of Dorchester between Boston Street and Dorchester Avenue. The property is in a small kind of 1-block, 2 F5000 zoning subdistrict, but it's otherwise surrounded by 3 F zoning subdistricts on all sides. And there are many 3 families on Dorset Street as well, right around the property, including both the butters. So what we're proposing is to construct a new 3-story, 3-family residential building. This is a long vacant lot. It's the only vacant lot on the street, on Dorset Street, as far as I understand. And although, as Mr. Secretary just read into the record, we do need quite a few zoning variances, we submit that what is being proposed is actually contextually appropriate to the street, despite those variants. All units will be 3 beds, 2 baths, so these are larger units. 3 beds, 2 baths, all right around 1,500 square feet. And there would be rear decks in ground level open space, but no roof deck at all. So what we're hoping is that this project would help improve and revitalize, frankly, a long vacant lot and underutilized property with something that's been appropriately designed, of high quality, and is contextually appropriate to the neighborhood, not necessarily to the zoning sub-district of the 2 F5000, but what's on the street now. And Madam Chair, we do need quite a few zoning variances. I'm happy to go through them line by line if you'd like, or just to answer any questions on any of the specific ones. whatever you would prefer at this point.
Okay. Let's see, Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are good. No, one question, Counselor, if you can just confirm for me the rear yard setback. I see it's noted as 16 feet. Is that to the decks up above, or is that to the face of building? Because once you go to the upper level plans, it only shows the building plans.
That is to the decks. That is to the decks.
To the face of the decks. Okay, so then there's an additional
Yes,
6
sir.
feet. Okay, so the 22 feet is to the building. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
No
sir.
other
Yeah,
questions?
30. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Vandell, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This application has gone through a full community process, including a butters meeting held on May 17th of this year, and continued outreach to the McCormick Civic Association, who voted to support this proposal. The applicant outside of that has maintained communication with his direct abutters, receiving their support, but some of them, while there is some opposition on record, we'd like to go on record in support of this proposal at this time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McGeckern, City Councilor Frank Baker's office, we'd like to also go on record in support.
Anybody to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we do have letters of support. We also have 101 signatures of opposition and letters of opposition.
Okay, so it's a mixed bag then. And what is there anything that indicates what the opposition?
Size of the project density.
Size and density, even though it's contextual, okay? Ms. Ambassador, any raised hands?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have 3 raised hands.
Okay, let's hear from them.
Hi, Edita, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Edita Tymiński, and I live at 32 Dorset Street, which is directly abutting the proposed construction.
So, go ahead.
So I want to speak on behalf of the 101 residents of Dorset, Harvest, and Bellflower Street, who actually signed the letter of opposition to this project.
So can you briefly tell me what the opposition is based on?
So we do feel that this house is too big. If you look at the FAR is 1.48, where 0.5 is required. It's a very big house. It will be second largest house on the street currently on a very small lot. And this lot was never a separate standing lot. It was part of a bigger property from Harvest Street that contained one family house, a carriage house, and this was an entrance to a carriage house. So that's why this lot never had a Dorset Street address. And the majority of the houses actually on the street are slanted roofs. I submitted you a picture of the look of the street. There's only 3 houses that are flat, and even the Bellflower Court, which is public housing of City of Boston, designed their building with a slanted roof facing Dorset and flat roof facing Bellflower because there is more flat roof houses on Bellflower Street. So we actually disagree that this is fitting conceptually with the look of the street.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ambassador, can I have somebody else, please, to hear from somebody else?
Yes.
And please give us new information.
Hi, Matt. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Matt Kinke, and I live at 47 Harvest Street, and I directly abut to the back of 34 Dorset. I wanted to voice my support for the project and the development of air lot. I'm a direct rear abutter, and I'm okay with the yard setbacks for the rear and the side. There are also 4 parking spaces owned by the developer that are part of our HOA on Harvest Street, which would help mitigate the parking variances mentioned in this appeal. I believe what they have proposed to the community through this whole process is in line with the neighborhood and with other projects I've seen going up in the area, and I think that the structure suits the lot. Thank you.
Hi, Rick, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Rick Fowler. I'm at 47 Harvest Street as well, and I'm in support of the project as is, as it seems to be contextual to the neighborhood. There are 2 or 3 families on each side, and as Matt said, I'm part of his association too, and there are 4 parking spaces that would mitigate any parking issues.
Mr. Ambassador, anybody else?
Yes. I have Matthew, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Matthew Stiliano, 47 Harvest Street, a direct rear butter, and share a property line with the proposed site. Just voicing my support for this building. I think it is contextually aligned with the fabric of the neighborhood and Dorset and Harvest Street in general, and would bring a program to this space that would significantly improve the neighborhood.
Thank you. So I just was looking at the Google Maps again, and it looks like the abutter to 34 Dorset is a somewhat regular triple decker, but in fact the sense of the street is pitched. If you look up and down, Councillor, can you just speak through that a little bit?
Yes, Madam Chair. So we actually are, although we need a building height story variance, we are below the requirement for building height. As far as the reasoning behind that, I'm assuming it's in order to allow us to have the full 3rd unit versus a pitched roof. I would say, Madam Chair, that my understanding, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Hampton, is the BPDA has recommended approval with design review. So we would be happy to have this discussion with them during design review.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with BPDA design review specific to context and the roof line. I do think this can be accomplished in design review with a pitched roof and some dormers and make it look like everything else.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling DOA 118-9128, 1619 to 1621 Tremont Street. This is to increase the commercial space on the street level and basement and construct a new rear vertical addition on top of an existing first floor commercial space at the rear, to add living space to the existing units and construct a new 4th floor addition and add 2 additional residential units. Excuse me. The violations, Article 9, Section 1, this is an extension of a non-conforming use. Article 59, Section 37, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 59, Section 16, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 59, Section 16, the usable space is insufficient. And Article 59, Section 16, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Me again, Attorney Nick Zuzula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, 28 State Street, Suite 802. This is in Mission Hill. It's an existing mixed-use building with previous Flan O'Brien's restaurant and bar, and 4 residential units above. It's located, as you can see here, on the corner of Tremont Street at the front, and Wigglesworth Street is the side street. It's just off of Huntington Avenue and Brigham Circle. It's an existing building with 3 stories on top of, in a rear portion of the building is a 1-story building. Here's the existing building here for everybody, so you don't have to Google it if you don't want to. So it's not a very appealing looking building. It needs some work, and what we're proposing to do is to add a rear addition on top of that 1-story kind of portion at the rear that goes down Wigglesworth, and then also add on top a 4-story addition over the entire building. So what's there now is a ground floor restaurant space with basement space for the restaurant and 4 very small residential units. They're all 1-bed, and they exist at between 400, there's 2 482 square foot units and 2 567 square foot, all 1-bed. So what we're looking to do is add a little living space at the rear and then add a top floor, and that will allow the developer to reconfigure and expand the existing units such that now we don't have those small units anymore. 2 of the 1-beds would remain at the front, but then we would have a 3-bedroom at 950 square feet, a 3-bedroom at 950 square feet, kind of both at the rear of the property. And then the top floor would now be a studio at 478 square feet, and then a 2-bed at 825 square feet. So basically, we're adding a topper and adding a rear addition, and then that allows us to kind of play with the unit sizes a little more and not have them be so small, and offer a better a mix of units at the property.
Okay. Let's see, all of the, so you're proposing extension of the space into the basement, the commercial space into the basement?
Yeah, Madam Chair, a little bit. There is some existing basement space. We did provide existing plans on it would be slide 5. So there is some space there, but we are looking to provide a little more space underneath the basement for the bar to make it more of a full-service restaurant and bar, which is what we've heard from the neighborhood that they would prefer, kind of a neighborhood spot more than a bar. So that is part of it. You can see here exactly the basement is on the upper level, the upper side of the plans. You can see that it does not extend really all the way out underneath. So we're looking to extend that out a little bit as well. And that's part of the reason why we need an FAR variance. Is because of that extension of the basement space in the existing basement space in the basement. We are actually, we're over by 0.65 on the allowable FAR, but a lot of that, again, is because of the basement space. And I thought it would be important just to note that we are actually compliant with the building height. Even with this addition, allowable is 55 feet, and we're only at 48. So we are compliant.
Okay, hold on, Councilor. Mr. Robinson,
Yep.
how are the plans?
The plans are good, and I just wanted to confirm for the board. So the rear setback is against I assume that's an alleyway or private access way. Counselor, is that right, to access sort of behind some of the other, so we're not up against another building. There's actually a buffer space.
That is correct. That's my understanding. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I actually need to speak to that because that's
hold on.
correct.
Mr. Sarberg, hold on. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Mr. Zazula, what is the current size of the existing units?
Yes, sir. So the existing units, they're all 1-bed. The front 1-bed are 482 square feet, so it's a 482 square foot 1-bed at the front and a 567 square foot 1-bed at the rear, and that repeats itself on the 3rd story as well.
Okay, so and in your proposal to expand, the smallest unit would be a studio at 478. Is that what you said?
Yes, that is correct.
And there'd be just one of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess my only comment is, I mean, the idea of the rear addition makes complete sense to be consistent. I'm hesitant about going up another floor. I know the site well in terms of context. I gather that you are under the height requirement, but most of the other buildings around there are the same height as the existing building.
There are some as you go down Tremont that are taller. For instance, there's one right across the street, which is a larger building, which is only, I believe, 3 stories, but has a very tall first level because of the retail. But with the adjacent buildings, correct, we would be higher than those by 1 story. But again,
we're also in the CC1, and we're also in the CC1 zoning district.
Correct. Yeah. So we're not in a residential zoning district, Mr. Ehrlich. We're actually in a community commercial district, fronting on, we're fronting on a commercial street, across from a gas station, with no residents right across from us.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this location.
Okay. Sorry. Apologize.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody
Are these rental or are they going to be for sale units?
Mr. Robinson, I believe they will be rental units, correct, Mr. Starbaugh? Yes.
They'll be rental units. Correct.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, there's going to be rental units just based above a restaurant or bar with the sound barrier. We're keeping that to limit liability on trying to sell to condos and have noise issues later.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're currently rental as well, Mr. Robin, for the record.
Okay, so can I ask just everybody to mute themselves, please? And then everybody who has their hands raised, just make sure you have your hands raised for the correct project, because it looks like the current hands that are raised were for the last project on Dorset Street. So anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal, please put your name on the record and let us know your opinion.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Let's record support the request for BPA design review. This presents an opportunity to preserve a cherished business for the neighborhood and the city's Irish community. We also think that the proposal to increase the number of rental units is appropriate for that area due to the close proximity to public transit. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Kennedy Avery from City Councilor Kenzie Bach's office. Our office would like to also go on record in support of this applicant, given the addition of a local business and residential space in such a transit accessible area. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have letters of support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's Jeff.
Yes, go ahead.
So I'd like to try to explain our recommendation where, Mr. Zazula was correct. We recommended denial based on the fourth floor addition. I think what had happened, if you look at the online version through Unicode, the columns are shifted over, so I think they're mislabeled. So he's correct. It's not a height violation. So I think it was just a misread on the BPDA's part on the code that's online. And I'm looking at it right now. Everything is shifted to the right, so it does take into account the CC districts do have a higher building height limit than the neighborhood shopping. So with that said, and our recommendation is official because it was voted on, but with the height being the issue within our recommendation, I think we can deal with that through design review if the board sees fit to approve this.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, any raised hands?
I have no new raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 114-2166, 15 Leesville Street. This is a change of occupancy 2 to a 3-family. The violation Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient, and Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Vernon Woodworth, 9 Elizabeth Street in Mattapan.
So, Mr. Woodward, tell us what's being proposed.
So this project received a variance for a third dwelling unit. In the year 2000, the owner misunderstood the process. His English was not good, and he failed to see that the permit was issued, believing that the hearing had granted him permission to proceed. So this is an existing condition seeking to be legalized. The third unit is on the attic floor, and the building will be fully sprinklered as a result of any permit to proceed. It is owner occupied, and the property has been taxed and listed as a 3-family since 2000 in the assessor's office.
And so what's the square footage of that unit?
It's about 850 square feet.
Okay, and then you know, we cannot ignore something that is presented before us. So it looked like initially Unit 1 had no occupancy in the basement, and it looks like now there might be occupancy in the basement. Can you clarify that?
It's my understanding that the applicant hopes to proceed with an application for an additional dwelling unit if this is approved.
So they're interested in a 4th unit in the basement?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so but the only thing that's before us is to change the occupancy from a 2 to a 3, and that 3rd unit is in the attic and not in the basement.
Correct.
Okay, okay. Will you please let and what zoning district is this in?
Just Dorchester zoning district. I have the code report. Should also be on the refusal letter.
Madam Chair, it's a 3FD, 3000 Dorchester neighborhood.
So it's a 3FD, so it's a triple decker, okay. So just please let your applicant know that this board is not very thrilled about basement occupancy for bedrooms or anything like that. So you should think twice before coming back. Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are fine. However, I mean, I guess I'm still a little confused. So unit 1 is shown as on the above level. So there is a pretty high walk up for this first floor. But then it says unit 1 in the basement level as well on the plans. I just want to make sure. So are we not allowing the living space at all? There's a family room and bedroom flag or shown in the plans on the basement level. So we're disallowing that, or are we allowing the extension of the living room?
So Mr. Woodward, can you please clarify, was everything in the basement done according to code or not?
Yes, excuse me, Madam Chair. Yes, it was.
So everything in the basement, as far as it being an extension of Unit 1 into the basement, is okay, but if it moves to an independent unit, we will look at it differently.
Yes.
Mr. Robinson, does that answer your question?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. That's exactly what my question was. Thank you. Yep. No questions.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm George Wynn with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office held the Butters meeting on May 11th of this year, where there were no significant community concerns. And so long as the building continues to be occupied as 3 family units, our office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Honestly, everyone at the very beginning was looking into, they even mentioned
Ms. Ambassador, can you mute everybody, please? Okay, thank you. Any raised hands? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Madam Chair, this is Tom. Can I just get a little clarification? Was this approval with BPDA design review, or was it approval? I couldn't hear what Bob said.
Sorry, Tom, it was straight approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Calling the next case, calling DOA 117-5415, 20 Uford Street. This is proposed to erect a 2-family dwelling on a vacant lot. The violations, Article 10, Section 1, off-street parking, limitation of off-street parking area, Article 65, 65-41, off-street loading requirement, Article 65, Section 42.2, the conformity with an existing building alignment, Article 65, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient, Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive, Article 65, Section 9, the building has excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I'm addressed at 51 Dobson Road. Madam Chair, I'm representing Rayshawn and Ryan Willingham, who are the owners of the property. Today, we're here seeking relief to erect a two-family dwelling with 2 parking spaces on a vacant lot. The owners purchased this property by way of the church, and they're looking to erect a two-family dwelling. The zoning sub-district here is 3F, 6,000. Lot size is 3,760 square feet. Violations are building alignment, we're going with the modal building alignment. FAR, the required FAR is 0.4. We are proposing 1.1. Building height requirement is 2.5 stories at 35 feet. We are proposing 35 feet, 3 stories. And the reason why ISD is citing that as a 3rd story is because of the dormer. We do have a dormer on the 3rd floor. Side yard setback requirement is 10 feet. On the side with the driveway, we have 21 feet on the left side. On the right side, we have 5 feet, property line. The rear yard setback requirement is 20 feet in the rear, and we have 10. Building, the units, unit 1 is approximately 100 square feet. Consists of 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. Unit 2 is about 2,100 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. Madam Chair, there is some living space in the basement, as there was proposed to be a family room and an office. However, there are no bedrooms in the basement. You can open it up and ask questions or take questions with regard to the project.
How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good, and the counselor is correct. There is living space, but it's indicated as a family room and office. No questions.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dante Peoples here from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was an abutters meeting held by the Office of Neighborhood Services on May 27th of this year, 2021, where no major issues were brought up and any community concern on the call was addressed. And at this time, the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. We just ask that the applicant continue to maintain outreach and communication with community members and stakeholders. Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Ambassador, any more raised hands?
No new raised hands, Madam Chair.
I see a CJ Lewis. Oh, I guess he comes in and out. Okay. Given somebody's popping in and out. CJ Jean-Louis.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. CJ's with Councilor Campbell's office.
Okay, so can we hear from him, please? Thank you.
CJ, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and address for the board.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell's office. CJ Jean Lewis, Madam Chair, on behalf of City Councilor Andrea Campbell, we'd just like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, are you going to go on record too?
Yes, we'd like to go on record in support. Boston City Councilor Anissa Asabi George. Thank you, Lady Chairman.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Have a good day.
You too.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 117-9668, 48 to 50 Codman Hill Avenue. This is to add a dormer above the existing 3rd floor bathroom in order to increase ceiling height in the bathroom. The violations, Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. And Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please. Companion cases to this?
O'Brien Stadhart, 112 Greenfield Road, Mattapan.
Sir, is Blake Street a separate one, or is this, are they companion?
Yes, Blake Street is a separate project.
Thank you.
So tell us about Codman Hill Ave. So you're just trying to add a dormer for a bathroom. How many square feet is that? And is this a 1, 2, or 3 family?
Well, it's an existing 2-family, and the 3rd floor is, everything is existing. The only thing we're touching on the 3rd floor is the bathroom only, just to increase the ceiling height over the bathroom.
Okay, so it's going to remain a 2-family, that's it?
It will remain a 2, yes.
How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good, no questions.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Dr. Peoples here from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Carl G. Lewis on behalf of City Councilor Andrea Campbell. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no new raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling BOA 11, calling the next case, calling BOA 115-9605, 143 Blake Street. This is a change of art from a single-family home to a 2-family dwelling. You construct a new 2-story addition for a new residential unit. The violations, Article 69, Section 29, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling units insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. And Article 69, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Again, O'Brien Stadhart, 112 Greenfield Road, Mattapan.
So tell us again what you're proposing to do.
Well, 143 Blake Street is an existing single family at the corner of Greenfield Road and Blake Street, and it's currently owner occupied by daughter and mother, and their intention is to add pretty much a townhouse with 2 parking on the Blake Street side of the property.
Okay. So how many square feet is that proposed unit, and how is parking supposed to work?
Well, what we will do is to do a curb cut on the Blake Street side, and there's according to the drawing, a basic 1 parking garage underneath the apartment, and then 1 on the driveway.
Okay, and how large is this unit?
It's about 1,700 square feet will be added.
Okay. And, okay, any occupancy proposed for the basement?
The basement per drawings, but just have the mechanical rooms and a playroom.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine, however, it does call out a bedroom in the basement. But I had a question. Is it the site kind of fall away, or is that bedroom below grade? I couldn't tell exactly, but it does show a bedroom in the lower level. See, if you can look, yeah, if you look at the plans or the sections of the site, it does look like the grade falls away. So that rear bedroom might be very close to grade, actually, but I don't exactly have all that information, but it does look that way.
But it'll
That's
be
my only question.
Yeah, since it's new construction, I suppose it'll meet all code requirements?
Yes.
Yes, and the fact that it's a single family unit, I feel like at least they're sort of, yeah, they'll know the layout of the land, so I think it's probably okay.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Danielle Fonseca with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to go on record in support of 143 Blake Street. An abutters meeting was conducted on May 11th, 2021, where main concerns were surrounding parking and they were addressed. Abutters mentioned that Blake Street is a busy street and they were concerned about how parking and potentially emergency vehicles could access this street with the new development. The response from applicants to address these concerns where that there will be a curb cut, so the parking will be under the home, and applicants, along with Mr. O'Brien, are local and understand community concerns and the needs. They've done additional outreach after the meeting was conducted and have connected with neighbors, answered questions, and addressed concerns. Our office has not received any letters of support or opposition for this project, and we do not believe it will negatively impact the community and would like to see it move forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no new raised hands.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-9113, 693 Cummins Highway. This to combine two lots into a newly created single lot to be 7,727 square feet, to be known as 693 Cummins Highway. Erect a new three-story, four-family dwelling, proposed 6 off-street parking. The violation, Article 60, Section 8, the multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 60, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 60, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 60, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 60, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 60, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Vernon Woodworth, 9 Elizabeth Street, Mattapan. The owner is also on the call and may wish to speak. She grew up in a house next door. The land is being deeded to her by her mother, and she wishes to live in this building on the top 2 floors, a duplex that'll occupy half of the second floor and the fully built out third floor with a deck, with 3 additional dwellings for rental. This is on a section of Cummins Highway, a 10-minute walk from the new train station at Mattapan Square. There's a large multifamily building under construction just down the street. It's an opportunity to provide market rate rental housing in an area that's seeing development interest, and also allowing this family continued occupation of the area.
So, Mr. Woodward, can you just walk us through this? So this is a proposal for 4-family dwelling. Tell us the size of the units, the number of bedrooms. Tell us about how the parking circulation is supposed to work for this site.
Sure. There's 2 dwelling units on the ground floor with 2 bedrooms each, and they're roughly 1,100 square feet. The second floor has a similar layout, except that the unit on the right has their bedrooms on the 3rd floor, and there are a total of 4 bedrooms. The owner and her husband have several children, and this will allow each of them to have their own bedroom.
Okay, so that accounts for 3 units, two bedrooms at 1,100, and then the 4-bedroom.
Yes, and then there is a 3rd dwelling unit identical to the 1st floor on the left-hand side on the 2nd floor.
Okay, and then how is parking proposed to work?
There's a total of 6 spaces in the rear, which are accessed from a new drive and curb cut off of Cummins Highway, adjacent to the south side of the building.
And then there's a rear roof deck, is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, the roof deck at this point is currently most of the left side of the building on the 3rd floor. It's not a fully built out 3rd floor. There's a large deck.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I think I just want to make sure that the parking area to the rear is adequately buffered and landscaped, because it sort of abuts some adjacent parcels on an adjacent street. And that doesn't seem to be shown, but something that we should consider. Thank you.
Does this look like an L-shaped lot, Ms. Ambassador? Can you push through so we can see the lot itself and how
The first slide is the site plan.
Okay. Okay,
You
I
can
see
the
that.
parking's in the rear, but there's properties to the left and then an adjacent street. So I think we just want to
Yes.
make sure that parking area is buffered from the adjacent
Okay.
park.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition to this proposal?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dante Peoples here from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support of this project proposal. There was an abutters meeting held on June 1st, 2021, by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, where community concern was addressed and satisfied regarding parking. The owner and applicant is local, and we just ask that they continue.
Thank you. Anybody else?
And if they are able.
Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, Secretary, we have a couple of letters of support.
Thank you. Ms. Ambassador?
No new raised hands, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. May I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve a BPDA design review.
Is there a second?
Second. I'll second, but if we can make sure they're focusing on the parking, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it, Mr. Hampton?
No, actually, that one got mumbled. Could you say that again? Mr.
Just with BPA design review, specifically looking at the rear parking area.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you.
And was there a second on this?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the last case for 9:30, calling BOA 119-354-558-60 Hobson Street. This is a vertical addition of a third floor story, which encompasses roughly 1,000 square feet. Will be attached to the second floor to unit 2 of the structure. The violation Article 51, Section 9, floor area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 51, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. And Article 51, Section 9, front yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, members of the board and Madam Chair. My name is Leonid Ostrowski, and I'm a homeowner of 5860 Hobson Street. My wife and I, sorry, she's at a work meeting. We are asking for addition of taking the roof off and adding another story vertical addition to the building.
Can we backtrack for a minute? Is this a 1 or a 2 family dwelling?
It's a 2-family. It's 5860 Hobson Street.
So it's a 2 family, and you're proposing that it stays a 2 family or goes to a 3 family?
2 family. So we currently live.
I'm sorry, I did not hear you. Is it a 3 family?
It's a 2 family.
And then are you proposing that it stays as a 2 family?
Correct. And we currently live on the first floor, which is 58 Hobson Street, and we're planning to move to second floor and addition, which will be the 60 Hobson Street, and stay there and rent out the first floor.
Okay. So tell us what you're proposing to do then?
So we'll be redesigning slightly the second floor of the structure, taking out one of the bedrooms and creating an open space for the more common room, living room, and dining room, and adjacent to the kitchen, and then redesigning the front of the building to make it a bedroom, and then second floor will be master bedroom with a closet and one more bedroom.
Ms. Ambassador, can you go to the proposed second floor unit plan so we can see that what the applicant is talking about?
Right. That's the proposed second floor, and if you go down a slide, I will propose that will be the third floor. Down. Oh, you might have skipped it. Right there.
Okay.
It's a proposal for the third floor.
Okay, so it's basically 4 bedrooms, open space, stairway, okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine, no questions about the plans.
Any questions from the board?
Can we see an elevation or rendering of what the additional floor would look like?
I have submitted the pictures of the abutters
Sir,
building.
hold on.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Oleg?
Yep.
Okay. Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Carter Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. The Mayor's Office conducted an abutters meeting on April 29th. No concerns were raised at the time. The applicant went on to the Brighton-Alston Improvement Association, received their full support as well. This is a chance to keep a growing family in the neighborhood, something that we hear is a top priority among constituents. And we also think that the height will be in line with the other neighboring buildings on the street and will not be uncharacteristic. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Maura McCray from Councillor Breeden's office. Councillor would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councillor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have 2 raised hands.
Okay, let's go for it. Annabelle, can we hear from you, please?
Hi, Annabelle, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and address for the board.
Madam Chair, Annabelle Gomes from the Alston.
Annabelle, we're having a hard time hearing you. You want to try again?
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the board, Annabelle Gomes from the Brighton-Alston Improvement Association. We'd like to go on record in support. We feel that it is important to keep a growing family in the neighborhood and that the property will be to scale because the house is much smaller than the abutting houses. And Leo is an active member in the community and we're very happy to keep him in the community. Thank you.
It's not letting me.
My name is John Cusack.
Hi, caller number 5. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and location for the board.
My name is John Cusack. I live on Washington Street in Brighton. I'm not a direct abutter, but I'm a neighbor and a professional associate of Leo. Again, to Connor's comments, the chance to keep a growing family, a working family in the city of Boston is paramount. So I'm speaking in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other raised hands.
Thank you, Ms. Ambassador. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review, but I think there needs to be a little bit of special attention paid to the aesthetics and the exterior. The street is, I think, quite nice, and I think this is just needs a little more development in terms of some of the articulation of the exterior, but the program is good.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Jeff, you got that it needs significant design review?
I did, I got it.
Okay, thank you. It is now 10, and so to the applicant, good luck. It is now 10:49. The board will
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Okay, you're welcome. The board will take a break and we will resume at 11 a.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Good morning. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal for July 13th is back in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the provisions of an act enabling certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency that was signed by Governor Baker on June 16, 2021. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings that it adopted during the COVID-19 pandemic. We welcome comments from the community, and we ask that you put your name and address on the record and tell us if you're in support or in opposition. Please add additional information. Please try not to repeat any information. So if you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be raised virtually. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to put their name and address on the record. So in the interest of time, please make sure that you raise your hand the minute the address is called into the record, and please lower your hand once you're done commenting. I think we still have a raised hand from somebody who commented at 9:30. So
Yes,
please,
Madam Chair, she actually is using an iPad. It's broken, so she's unable to lower her hand.
Okay, so please make sure that without any external situations that you lower your hand, okay? Mr. Fortune, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call the 11:30 hearings. Are there any deferrals for 11 o'clock?
Yes, Mr. Fortune.
Address,
12 George Street.
For the record, calling BOA 118-5582, 12 George Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Derek Small, address of 1 Dobson Road. We're seeking the deferral of this matter at this time.
And for what reason, Councilor?
Because the plans are going to be revised to add more parking to the site.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Unfortunately, we're into September 28th at 12:30.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, see you then.
Have a
Are
good
there
day.
any other deferrals or withdrawals for 11 o'clock? Address, please. Hearing none, I'll call the first two cases. Calling DOA 106-9764, 58 Liverpool Street. There's a companion case, BOA 106-9767, 60 Liverpool Street. This is for 58 Liverpool. This is a change of occupancy from a 3-family dwelling to a 4-family dwelling. They extend living space into the basement, erect a 4th-story addition, and renovate. The violations, Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction and extension of a non-conforming building. Article 27T, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, insufficient parking. Article 53, Section 8, the use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, the maximum allowed height has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area per unit. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. And Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. This is for 60 Liverpool. This is change of the occupancy to a 3-family to a 4-family dwelling and extend living space into the basement, erect a 4th-story addition, and renovate. Madam Chair, we have the same violations, so for me reading into the record, they're identical.
Okay.
With the exception of the roof structure restriction on, I'm sorry, it is here. Yes. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Attorney Jeff Drago, with Drago and Toscano with a business address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of Stan Klebner from Odessa Capital, the applicant, and Adam Glassman is with us, who's the architect on the project. What you're looking at is the proposal that was mentioned to erect a 4th-story addition at both 58 and 60 Liverpool, to add rear egress stairs in the back of the property, and to extend living space into the basement of both buildings. This would change the occupancy from 3 units to 4-unit dwellings. The layout of the plans, that's the picture of the existing buildings as they stand now. The layout is in lower level of the units that would house mechanical space with direct access through a stairwell, separate from the living space down there, accessible to all units. The current basements right now would add a little bit of additional living space. These are very small units on the first floor. This would add about 450 square feet to each unit. Currently, they're only about 505 square feet. Both of the basement spaces, we know the board's concern about bedrooms in the basement, so there is only kitchen and 1 bath in the basement area in both buildings. As we go up to the first floor in both, that would house the main entrance, and that would also have the bedroom. So there would be 2 bedrooms and 1 additional bath for each of those units. So those would be the duplex units that go into the basement, and those would be 2-bedroom, 1-bath units at 935 and 957 square feet, respectively. The 2nd and 3rd floor units are already existing. Those would remain the same. So we're not touching those except minor renovations inside.
And what are their sizes? What are they?
Those are about 550 square foot existing units, Madam Chair.
And how many bedrooms?
Those are existing 2-bedroom units.
Okay.
1 bath. As we go up to the...
I'm sorry, 550 for 2 bedrooms?
That's how they exist now, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
The 4th floor, which are the newer units, which is the new mansard, look to the building, would both have studio units, one at 605 square feet and the other at 570 square feet. And those are both 1 bath each. Those would have a second means of egress out of a rear egress stair that were added as well. The violations that were mentioned, so it is a 3F district and we're proposing 4 units. So use violation, additional lot area for each unit would be 1,000, so we don't have that, so 0. FAR, we're at 3.9 and 4.1, so we would need a variance. That's a pre-existing violation. Building height for the area is 3 stories, 35 feet. We're proposing 4 stories at 42 feet. There is a mix in the area. We're not touching the building, so it's important that we keep the building, both buildings, I'm sorry. So the front yard violation is pre-existing. There's no change at 5, our modal. And our rear yard setback is also pre-existing. We're at 4 and 2 foot 6'5" in the rear. And because we are keeping the building, there's no parking on site as well, although we're close to Maverick T station.
So tell us, is there a roof structure being proposed, or is that because of the story?
That is only because of the addition on top, Madam Chair.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
I mean, the plans are, they're complicated because there's a lot happening. They're trying to, I think, put a lot into this. One question I have is, I don't understand how you're meeting the accessibility requirement on a 4-family with the walk-up front steps. And it looks like there's steps in the vestibule as well. It seems like you have some issues with code there. And then I don't see a window at all shown. I understand you flipped the plan, which is, I guess, clever, and moved the bedrooms out to the first floor and moved the living space to the lower level. But what's the natural light component of the lower level for the kitchen and living room? I'm not even sure you can do that. It doesn't look like there's any windows shown in the kitchen.
So there's windows in the front of the building. There's egress window in the back at 60. I have Adam Glassman on to attest to more of that if you need to. So since we're adding one unit, we did not have accessibility violation.
That's just a state building code requirement. I mean, accessibility is required.
Accessibility gets triggered when we have majority new construction.
Or $100,000 build-out cost, right? Or 30% of the assessed value. Well, I'm not here to arbitrate that. That's your issue.
Okay.
I think there's an issue there. And just to be clear, so what is the rear yard setback after you put in the new stair tower?
So it's 4 feet and 2 foot 6'5".
Okay. Thank you.
We would be happy, obviously, to agree, Mr. Robinson, to no building code, no variances or anything like that. So review.
No, I think I'm having a hard time with this, Counselor, because it feels like there's, for the fact that the studios are at 605 and 570 square feet, and the 2 bedrooms are at 550. I'm having just a bit of a hard time about the whole math of it. But I will leave it at that. But in the meantime, does the board have any more questions?
Yeah, I'm like Mr. Robinson. I am not happy about the fact that there's so little natural light in the basement. What's the topography change? Does the slope downhill? I can see what it is in front, but what is the grade to ceiling in the rear?
So it's 7'6" throughout the unit, Mr.
No, I'm not asking about floor to ceiling height. I'm asking about grade to ceiling height.
I think it's pretty consistent all along.
So it doesn't slope downhill?
No.
Okay. Madam Chair.
I would like to interrupt. There is a slight grade drop in the back, and we do have a full-size double hung window on the back of both units. The front elevations do have completely above grade standard full-size windows in the front as well.
So the rear one, there's no rear access door though, right?
We are not providing rear access doors.
So is there a window?
Madam Ambassador,
is there a window well in the rear?
Can you go to A2.2, please? Keep going, I think. Because I'm trying to understand, there is a window shown in the rear.
That's right.
However, it's shown where there's kitchen cabinets on the inside, and it says that the new basement is -8'6", and it looks like the sill is 1.5 feet off the floor, plus or minus. I just don't understand how it's all working. Yeah.
That was an oversight on my part while we were revising drawings, flipping the living and the bedroom spaces. When originally this had been a bedroom, then we turned it into a kitchen, and what I would propose we do is pull the counter back from the window so we maintain the full window in the kitchen.
But that's not what the drawings show.
The drawings show the counter up to the window, and we would pull them back so we maintain a full-size window in the rear, as shown in the elevation.
And is there a door back there too?
There is no door, and no door is required.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, would you like me, I know you had a question about the unit sizes. I'm sorry if you want me to come back to that at all.
Yeah, please do that now.
So the second and third floor units are pre-existing as 2 beds, so we didn't want to change the composition. We would be happy if to make those 1-bedroom units. That's not an issue. We just didn't, with existing tenants, it is an existing building now. We didn't want to change those units, but we would be happy to. The new units, when we started this process a while back, they were 605 feet, would now qualify as a 1-bedroom. We had proposed it as a studio, so we didn't want to change it That's another unit that we could technically make under the new BPDA guidelines as a one-bedroom.
Okay, is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services with go on record in support of this proposal. The applicant received support from the Maverick Central Neighborhood Association, and furthermore, the Mayor's Office also received 3 letters of support.
Ms. Ambassador, is there anybody from
Madam Secretary, we
yeah.
do have a few letters of support as well.
Is there anybody from the City Councilor's office on this call, on this meeting?
Madam Chair, Secretary, we do have a letter from Councilor Edwards in support.
In support? Okay, excellent.
Madam Chair, I have one raised hand.
Thank you.
Valentine, you have been unmuted. Please state your name and location for the board.
Valentine Watson, 10 Woodhaven Ave.
Valentine, are you for a project in East Boston then?
I think I accidentally put no.
Okay, because I thought Woodhaven was like in Mattapan or something.
Mattapan,
you know?
yes.
Okay. So, given that the information that we have, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to deny without prejudice. I think there's just too many unresolved issues that could possibly be sorted out, but not in the present.
I'll second that, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose. Ligris.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 118-9749, 14 Moon Street. This is a complete interior renovation. We're also proposing expanding unit 1 by adding a basement living space. The violation is Article 54, Section 10. The floor to ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Francis, he's on the attendee section. Can you make Joseph panelist?
It's not allowing me.
Can you unmute him?
Absolutely. Joseph, you've been unmuted.
Hello, how are you? This is Greg McCarthy and Joe Scarfo for 14 Moon Street.
Okay, please put your names and addresses on the record, please.
Gregory McCarthy, 7 Addison Street, Arlington, Mass.
Joseph Scarfo, 174 Lincoln Street, Winthrop, Mass.
Okay, so tell us what you're proposing to do.
Sure, so we have a 4-unit building in the north end. It's currently 4 stories. We're proposing to extend the living space to the lower level, the garden level, which would be in violation of the floor area ratio.
Sorry, just clarify for me. Is this the extension of Unit 1 into the basement?
Correct, yep.
And tell us what the floor to ceiling height is in the basement and what the space would be occupied as.
Sure, so currently the ceiling height is about 7 feet. We're going to be bringing it down to about 7.5 or 8 feet. Do I have it on the plan? I think it's going to be 7.5 feet for the ceilings. And right now we have the front part of the space is already finished. We're proposing to make it part of Unit 1 and then finish the back part of the space. We're asking for relief because it's a very thin...
Tell us about the occupancy, because that's what we care about. So
Sure.
Unit 1 would have an additional bedroom in the basement? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we're not increasing the number of bedrooms, but we are moving them. We have a very tight layout upstairs. The building's only about 15 feet wide.
Yeah.
So by extending it down to the basement, it kind of allows us to have a functional living room and real bedrooms rather than kind of the crammed layout that we had before.
And for unit 2, is that also extending into the basement?
No, so units 2, 3, and 4 are just floor-through units. And those were actually also very crammed 3 bedrooms, which are now going to be 2 bedrooms.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good. I just have one question because maybe I've never seen this. Can you explain the access tunnel on the left that shows the egressing out of the lower level? Because I've never seen that, and I guess I'm a little bit worried. But are those units all at grade? Because you're showing doors out. And
Yes, so the garden level is actually at grade. So there's an alleyway that we share, 14 Moon shares with 12 Moon or 16 Moon, with the house to the left of us, which is their egress out and our egress out from the basement. And it's also the access to the utility room.
Okay. And then one further question. You are proposing a roof deck. I don't want everybody to miss that, but you are utilizing an existing brick head house for access to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Any
no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Members of the board, this is John Romano from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant here went through our community process and had worked to address concerns from the community, and at this time we'd like to go on record in support of the project.
Madam Chair, I have I have no new raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do you need no building code relief, Mr. Robinson, or are you feeling comfortable with this?
Well, I don't know. I don't quite understand the access point, or the egress. I understand what it is, but it doesn't seem like a full height door, but it seems to be existing in that condition. So I guess that's probably safe to add with no building code relief.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, like Bruce said.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling DOA 118-2390, 221 L Street. This is to construct a roof deck and stair access from the rear porch. The violations, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restricted district. Name and address for the record, please. Is L Street on? No, I'll go to the next case. Calling POA 108-0192, 10 Woodhaven Street. This is erected two-family dwelling, proposed 2 off-street parking. The violations, Article 60, Section 8. Use is forbidden, Article 60, Section 40. Off-street parking loading requirement, Article 60, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient lot frontage width. Article 60, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 60, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient front yard setback. And Article 60, Section 9, insufficient usable open space per unit. Name and address for the record, please.
Is this for 10 Woodhaven?
This is
Yes.
10 Woodhaven.
Valentine Watson, can you unmute that person, Francis?
He was on, I'm not sure, is he still on? Oh, he is. Okay.
Yes, he's on.
Good.
Name and address for the record, please.
14, Gabriel August, 14 Woodhaven Street in Mattapan. 021.
Thank you. So tell us what you're proposing to do, Mr. Watson.
It's actually, I'm the contractor. Mr. Augusta, he's the owner, and he's the one who proposed the build.
So, Mr. Augusta, put your name and address on the record, and can you tell us what you're proposing to do?
My name is Gabriel August, and I want to build a new construction a two-family dwelling
Okay.
next to my property where I'm living at currently, presently.
Okay. Is this proposed to be a prefab, or are you doing it from scratch?
From scratch.
Okay, so talk to us a little bit. So this is how many bedrooms in each unit, and what's the proposed square feet for each unit?
There will be 3 bedrooms each unit.
3 bedrooms? And who's
Yes.
your architect on this?
Brian Law.
I'm sorry?
Brian Law.
Brian Law, okay. And is he a registered architect?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Tell us how parking is going to work. Where is parking proposed on the site?
The parking is gonna be in the front. There's gonna be 4 parking spaces in the front.
Okay, Ms. Ambassador, can you show us what it's going to look like? The parking, the focus on the parking?
Pardon me? I can hardly hear.
Where is the parking proposed? We just want to see on a plan.
Sorry.
I did not receive a site plan or a layout plan. These are the only plans that I received. There's no
Ms. Ambassador, can you stop right there? Okay, actually go up back to the first floor. Mr. August, can you please tell us where the parking is supposed to be?
It's actually, sorry, my mistake. The parking is actually in the back, in the rear.
Okay, so if I'm looking at the building from the front, where is your curb cut? Is it on the side of the bedrooms or on the side of the bathroom?
It's the side of the bedrooms.
Okay. And how many spaces are you proposing?
4.
4 parking spaces, okay. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
And the plans are unfortunately what you see. So I don't feel like we have a full understanding of the site plan. I think the program is fine. The actual floor plans look fine. I just don't have any information on the site plan or the elevations.
All right, we'll try to send these to you.
Hold on, everybody. I just need to ask Mr. Robinson, then are you comfortable going ahead or should we hold off on this?
I'm comfortable if the board is comfortable going ahead, but I think they do need to come back and submit.
We don't have a site plan, we don't know where the
We don't have a site plan, so.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do a ask for a deferral.
A meeting right now, I cannot talk.
Okay, may I have a motion for a deferral?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Thank you so much, I'll call back.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
I have a date of September 28th at 12:30.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we need both site plans and elevations, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but did you hear that? There's a lot of feedback here. So I want to make sure Mr. August and Mr. Watson have heard what we need to have in place before September 28th, okay? Do you know what you need?
A plot plan and elevation.
Yes.
Exactly.
The site
Okay.
plan.
Yes, and we need to know exactly how the parking is proposed to work.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
we'll get that to you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go back to L Street, so I'm going to call it back in for the record, calling VOA 118-2390, 221 L Street. Is L Street on the phone call? Can we mute everybody else, please?
Seemed it late, and she was apologizing for that. I think they muted all of us already.
Mr. Watson, can you please mute, because we can still hear your conversation. Okay. Is anybody on for L Street?
There's a caller 15, I'm not sure, let me just see. Hi, caller, it's not allowing me. It's not it's not allowing me to do it.
We don't have any messages in the chat.
None, it's not allowing me to.
Hello?
Okay, there, caller 15, please state your name and location for the board. Hello, caller
I keep
15.
hearing your line. Yeah, I keep hearing your line is unmuted and it just keeps repeating.
Okay, go ahead and
Hello?
try now. Yep, we hear you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Taylor Ferguson, contractor of record, business address of 240 East 8th Street, here on behalf of 221 L Street. We are
Sir, could you hold on 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Sir, can you hold on for 2 seconds? I need to call it back into the record. Just, we're looking for you. For the record, calling BOA 118-2390, 221 L Street. This is to construct a roof deck and stair access from the rear porch. The violation is Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restricted district. Name and address for the record, please.
Contractor of record, 240 East 8th Street.
So tell us what you're proposing to do.
We're proposing a 20 by 22 foot roof deck and gaining access via a spiral staircase, a spiral staircase off of the rear existing porch.
So this is through rear porch, okay? How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. One question, I assume this roof deck is only for the upper level unit. It's a private access.
That is correct. They have their own slider, and they do have an existing rear door that is locked from the outside as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in opposition just based off neighborhood feedback. That was in opposition. Thank you.
So so Haley, can you give us a little bit more information? What is the opposition? Why is there opposition to a roof deck?
Just because the neighbor said that this house has a lot of loud parties in general, they thought that the roof deck would only bring louder parties and more disturbance to the neighborhood.
Okay, so basically the residents have not been good neighbors is basically the reason for this.
That's what the neighbors told us, correct.
Okay. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Charlie Levin from Council Flynn's office. We'd also like to go on record in opposition due to feedback from neighbors and ongoing concerns regarding partying, the overwhelming number of reports regarding quality of life issues in the neighborhood. This activity increased significantly during the pandemic in terms of loud noise and large house parties, often associated with roof decks, to the detriment of neighbors, including our seniors, persons with disabilities, and young families. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Alicia Payne here on behalf of Councilor Flaherty, wishing to go on record in opposition as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in opposition. Thank you.
Ms. Ambassador, are we good?
We're good, Ms. Chair. No new raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion for denial.
Is there a second?
Second, sure.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I'm calling the next case with a call of the chair. Case BOA 1017963, 53 HF Harvard Street. For the return to the board on a proviso in the prior decision filed November 6, 2020, the applicant has submitted updated plans which did not incur additional zoning violations, nor did they substantially increase any existing nonconformity. The board is to determine whether the new plans are in compliance with the board's prior decision per the terms of the proviso. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Matt Mueller. I'm with my wife, Jennifer Hopp. We're architects and owners of this property at 53 Harvard Street.
So can you show us the drawings that we approved and what changes have been made subsequent?
Do you mind if I give a brief?
Mr. Mueller, can you try again because you're breaking up?
History of this project. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, I turned off my video. Hopefully that's better. So just a brief, we came in several months ago. The project was approved with the proviso that we removed the cantilever. And we have several reasons why we hope that you guys will take away that proviso. The first is when we first presented this, it was the black and white architectural drawings. We don't think it fully showed the design intent or the context of the drawings. The second
So are you asking, so let me just ask you, are you asking us for a reconsideration, or have you redesigned the plans based on our issues? Actually, now I remember, now that I see this, I do remember this project. So tell us exactly why you're here. Have you redesigned it based on our concerns before, or are you asking us to reconsider it?
I'm asking you to reconsider, but I'm trying to fully explain why I want that reconsideration.
You know what, then we are just in the wrong mode here, because it's, the board is not, inclined to reconsider it, because.
Chair, this is Tom.
Yep.
So this isn't quite a reconsideration of the original proviso from the decision issued last year. Does require Mueller to come back before the board for final approval of his design. So it's not quite.
We obviously at that time we had concerns about the design. If the applicant has not responded to our concerns,
we did. I'm sorry. We have made changes. I guess I misunderstood the question.
Okay, so tell us what your changes are.
So first of all, I'd like to explain the context of this building, because we received full support from the community. We received multiple.
Honestly, we at this point, the conversation is between you and the board. Tell us what changes have been made and how have you made them?
Okay, well, we increased the design concept, and the design concept for this project was to show a juxtaposition between the more traditional residential units above and a more modern office below. And so we redesigned the upper portion to emphasize that traditional aspect, which we think, because design was brought up in the last meeting as it could be improved. So we wanted to emphasize that and emphasize the concept and make sure that this traditional part of the building fit in with the neighborhood. We feel like it matches several of the federal style apartment buildings in the area with the window trims, the cornice detailing. But in addition to that, we moved the cantilever over 6 inches. The reason we didn't do it more is because these are 3-bedroom units. To move it over further would negate the ability to do 3-bedroom units, comfortable 3-bedroom units. And
so what, I'm sorry, just tell us the sizes of the 3-bedroom units.
They're just over 1,000 square feet, 1,060.
Okay, and tell us about how the parking is working.
We have 2 parking spaces, tandem. So the front level is pushed in so that we can have that 10-foot driveway, and the cantilever, 3.5-foot cantilever above, allows us to achieve those 3-bedroom units. So the office on the first floor will be our office. This was a big selling point to the community. They wanted us to be a part of the community long term, and that's something we definitely want to do and we're looking forward to. I think 2 more points that I just want to get in. The neighbor next to us on the cantilever side wrote us a letter of full support. So they don't feel like this affects them negatively in any way.
So, sorry, Mr. Mueller, can you go back, or Ms. Ambassador, can you go back to the rendering to see how it looks in context? Because I do remember that we were concerned about context the first time you were here.
Yes, ma'am. That's why we tried to embellish the traditional elements a little bit to make sure you guys really understood what we were trying to do.
Okay, and so did you have essentially a box in your first proposal?
It was similar to this, but I we didn't have renderings and we didn't have colored elevations and we didn't show the traditional elements in as much detail as we do here. So that was something important for us to get across to make sure we developed it more. Before we knew we were going to have to develop that, we thought it would be a process with the BPDA. So we presented just a basic set, but for you guys, we want to make sure you understand exactly what we're trying to do in the full concept.
Got it.
One more thing, this is it's trying to be a passive house building. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that, but it's a very energy efficient building. So part of that is the reason why it's a rather boxy building. It helps us achieve those efficiencies that we're looking for with the flat roof. We can do solar panels. We can do exterior insulation, flat slab. We can do insulation there.
Actually, I honestly, I think this is a way better design from what you presented to us before. May I have a motion with a proviso that it should just finish its process through the BPDA?
Yep, motion to approve it, continued design review.
Second, I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Thank you so much.
opposed? Motion carries. So you're all set. So it is now 11:41. We will reconvene at 12:30 for the next series of cases. Okay? Thank you. Good afternoon. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for July 13th is back in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the provisions of an act extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency that was signed by Governor Baker on June 16, 2021. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings that it adopted during the COVID-19 pandemic until April 1st, 2022. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. It is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout, unless administratively unmuted when you want to comment. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again and your hand should go down. If you are connected to this hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comment. As with our in-person hearings, we hear from councilors or representative of councilors or elected officials. We then move to hear from members of the general public. So please raise your hand the minute that your project is called into the record, and once you've made your comment, please lower your hand. Let me just take a quick check in with fellow board members. Mr. Fortune.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ehrlich.
Here.
Mr. Ruggiero. Mr. Ligris.
Here.
Ms. Dong.
Present.
Ms. Robinson, Mr. Robinson, excuse me.
No problem. Hello.
Mr. Ruggiero. Mr. Hampton. You're here, Mr. Ruggiero? Okay, Mr. Hampton.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Excellent. So, and just a reminder to board members, when you have a motion, make a motion or you second, please put your name on the record. And if you oppose a project, also put your name on the record. Okay, just so that we are clear on the roster and on who's making the motions, etc. Important for the record. Go ahead, Mr. Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call any, for the 12:30 rediscussions, if anybody is deferring or withdrawing their project, if they give me the address, please. Hearing none, I'll call the first case, calling DOA 117-1375, 51 Lawley Street. This is to allow a proposed two-family building to encroach on existing building alignment. The violations, Article 65, Section 42, conformity with an existing building alignment. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, members, I represent the owner and developer of the property, Jim Pascal, who is here today along with the building's architect, Tim Johnson. Unfortunately, I believe that the displayed plans are not the operative plan set. I could see an elevation. I saw an elevation with the head house, which was removed in design review. Madam Chair, members.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Moranci, because This is really here for the building alignment, so can we
Sure.
just go ahead with that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I just wanted to point that out. So this is an appeal for a variance with respect to the front yard setback of a building that was approved by this board over 3 years ago, which is substantially completed. The board on March 6, 2018 granted 8 variances to allow for the construction of this building, a 2-family dwelling at 51 Lawley Street in Dorchester. I did not represent Mr. Pascal at the time when the building was originally approved by the board. The plans reviewed by ISD in 2017 when the permit application was filed, being the plans approved by the Board of Appeal and the BPDA, showed a front setback of 11 feet. Subsequently, after the permit issued and while the building was under construction and substantially complete, ISD discovered that the original refusal letter had failed to include a front setback violation. The Board of Appeal, of course, then was unable to grant a front setback variance. A stop work order was issued and Mr. Pascal was issued the present zoning refusal letter, citing non-compliance with the existing modal alignment of the block. The calculated modal alignment here on Lawley Street is 14 feet, while the building was built according to permit and approved plans showing a setback of 11 feet, discrepancy of 3 feet, 3-foot non-conformance, for which Mr. Pascal is seeking the variance today.
Okay, and so this is from the front line. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The lands are good. I mean, it does show an 11-foot, although it does flag on the site plan, the building, it says, note, building meets required 15-foot front yard setback, which I assume is the calculation by the civil engineer, Peter Nolan, as the modal setback for the street. So I just want to make sure that because Counselor just said 14 feet, but it looks like if you go to the first page, Madam Ambassador, just so we can sort of make sure we're seeing this together. Or maybe it's not the first page, maybe it's the second page, sorry. There you can see, so the note flag up on the upper left is 15 feet, but the building is shown in 11, so.
Yeah, if we zoom right in, Mr. Robinson, so the zoning setback, required zoning setback is 15 feet. The modal alignment, this is a modal alignment plan, shows that the setback is actually 14 feet. Regardless of whether it's the modal or the zoning table, the fact is that the building has an 11-foot setback. So that's as it was approved by the board.
Hold on,
Mr.
Morency. Mr. Morency, I just want to be clear that this was not cited early on in your process by ISD. It was a later citation once it was under construction?
That is correct. The building is substantially complete. It was brought up, I believe, and Jim Pascal who was here, or Tim Johnson could clarify, but I believe it was brought up within the past several months.
Okay. So this is, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, do you want to go to testimony or no?
No, I mean, what can you do? I mean, it was cited late, it doesn't matter, it's almost complete. So
Can I ask one other clarification, just sorry for my own, so, but the front steps encroach further into is this toward the sidewalk? So the 11 feet is the face of building, but this has a sort of side yard kind of porch into the steps. Right. Is the 11 feet at the steps or the face of the building?
The building face, which is how a zoning setback is measured. The front porch and staircase is allowed to project into a required front yard setback. So that 11-foot measurement is to the building face.
Got it. Okay.
So may I have a motion, please? Don't all jump in immediately, okay? Come on, people.
I'll make a motion to approve, I mean.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries, and we will acknowledge that there is no head house and there is no roof deck on this building because that's what was presented in the old set of plans.
Correct. The head house has been removed in favor of a sloped hatch, which is what the board required.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 116-3311, 110 to 112 Tonawanda Street. This is combining two lots into a newly created single lot to be 8,415 square feet. The change of occupancy from a two-family to a four-family, finishing the basement as a unit and modifying the third floor to make a fourth unit. Construct a new rear addition for includes egress stairs on the rear of the house and propose 8 off-street parking. The violations, Article 65, Section 8, four-family dwelling use is forbidden. Article 65, Section 8.2, dwelling units in the basements are forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. And Article 65, Section 9, side yards insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
It's 110, 112 Tonawanda Street. This is Sunwin.
Thank you. And what's your address, please?
110, 112 Tonawanda Street.
So you live at the address?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what's being proposed to do.
It's currently a two-family, and I would like to convert it to a four-family.
And tell us how you would do that.
Well, the third floor is already in the building. It's going to be separated from the second floor. The third floor and the second floor currently is a unit, and I plan to separate the second and third floor.
And tell us the proposed size of the third floor unit.
Matthew,
how many square feet and how many bedrooms?
Matthew, can you take over?
Sure. Hi, my name is Matt Lawrence. I work for the architect. I'm the project manager on this. And
speak up, please. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm just getting that square footage. For the top, it's 2.5 stories existing. The square footage of the upper floor is 1,400 square feet roughly.
And is that a 3-bedroom?
The upper unit?
Yeah.
I believe so. Hold on a second.
Okay.
It's so the second floor has three. The second floor has 3 bedrooms on the second floor existing, and then the
Madam Chair, can I step in on this just for
yes, please, Mr. Robinson, go ahead.
So, I recall this project coming to us. We requested, I believe, additional information related to the basement unit. There's no height, there's no section, there's no information, and that is why we pushed this back out, if I remember correctly. And there doesn't seem to be any additional dimensions or information on the drawings that I have, at least. So I don't see how we've moved anywhere closer to understanding what the height of the basement is and what the clearance is and all the information.
The existing ceiling height?
Tell us what the existing and the proposed floor to ceiling height is, but you have to remember that the use of the basement as a dwelling unit is a forbidden use. You know, so I'll just make sure that you know that right up front. You know, that we don't tend to look kindly on basement units, especially when they're a forbidden use.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure. So the existing ceiling height from the top of slab to the bottom of joist is 7'4.5". So and the minimum required finished ceiling height is, 7'6". So we would have to dig down roughly 8 inches.
Okay. And what's the floor to sill height proposed?
The floor to sill,
Mm-hmm.
the wall sill, how?
Windowsill?
44 inches, max.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Robinson, what do you think? Should we just go ahead with testimony, or
Sure.
should we, any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Robinson, is the information that the proponent just gave you on the plans?
No, I'm going to make a recommendation to deny, but I just.
Yeah, I'm kind of like impatient. May I have a motion, please? Because we gave everybody enough opportunity to get back to us, and let's just go ahead.
I'll make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 115-1329, 64 Radcliffe Road. This is a change order from a single-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling. The renovation is completed, 1 floor added with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and existing floor. Violations, Article 69, Section 29, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling units is insufficient. And Article 69, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Joseph Feaster from the law firm of McKenzie & Associates, 183 State Street, Suite 6, Boston, 02109. On with me on here, and if the ambassador can open her mic, is Vanessa Denard, who is the owner of the property. This is a proposal in order to have this property become a two-family. Back in 2019, in fact, on April 25th of 2019, this matter was presented to the subcommittee for an addition to the property, which was granted at a hearing on April 30th, 2019, and that was BOA 925117. The applicant has now come before the board and has presented plans in order to have this property designated as a two-family. On that second floor addition, or third floor addition, the ceiling heights is 7 foot 11 inches according to the plans and what the architect has informed me. That it has a 3-bedroom, a family room, and a bath, and a family living area of approximately, the total is 1,032 square feet. The neighborhood, there was a meeting that was held, an abutters meeting, because this matter was deferred from a previous hearing because there had not been a community meeting. The community meeting was in fact held with the Ruskindale, let me just get the exact name, the Ruskindale Road Neighborhood Association.
So Mr. Feaster, can we just back up for a minute?
Yes.
So if I get this right, we approve the addition of another floor.
Yes.
And it was supposed to stay as a single family, and the applicant now is proposing to convert it into a two-family.
Yes.
Okay, and then so the second unit would have, as far as I can see, 5 bedrooms. Is that what I'm looking at?
No, there would be, the second floor would be 3 bedrooms, Madam Chair.
Because I see, proposed unit 2. If I look at the second floor plans, I see 3 bedrooms identified
Yes, and then there's a third floor. Yes, you are correct. And if you include the third floor plan, which has 2 additional bedrooms, a family room, a bath and utility.
Okay, so just a reminder to because it doesn't look like this space has the equivalent of a living room, because I see a kitchen, I see a dining, but I don't see a living room. But regardless, just a reminder to your client that, in fact, not more than 4 unrelated individuals can live in a unit.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, they are, this is owner occupied, Madam Chair. That's the Bernards have lived there and intend to continue to live there.
Okay, and then the unit number 1 is a 3-bedroom living kitchen, and then they have a family room in the basement. Is that utility space just for the first floor unit or unit 1?
Yeah, I would ask, can you release Ms. Denard? The architect wasn't able to make the call to say, I'm not sure of that, so if you could, if the ambassador could unmute the mic for Vanessa Denard.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Ms. Denard, the chair has asked, what is that utility room in the basement? Is that for both units or just for the first floor?
Just for the first floor.
And what's the floor to ceiling height, Mr. Nod, in the basement?
I cannot answer that question.
She might, as far as I know, Madam Chair, I can speak to the third floor. I'm not sure in terms of the, I think, let me see. First floor.
If you go to the elevations, it's called out as, up in the upper right there, you can see it's 8 feet 2, I think it is. But that looks like floor to floor, so it's probably close.
Okay.
7'6", but it doesn't seem to be called out specifically.
Okay, and Mr. Feaster, is there any parking provided at the site?
No, there is not.
Okay.
I also wanted to point out, Madam Chair, and I know you know that neighborhood well, there is a mixture of 1 families, 2 families, 6-unit condo buildings, 12-unit condo buildings, 36-unit condo buildings. So it's a mixed neighborhood of 1, 2, 3s and more unit buildings on Ratcliffe Road.
Okay. Let's see. So that's.
Can I just ask one clarification of Counselor? Because there is a driveway shown on the site plan, and the photographs that were sent do show vehicles parked on the side. Make sure we're on the same page on them. If you go to the certified plot plan, it says paved driveway.
Yeah, I think this, let me just restate, I thought that the asking was in relationship to, because we're cited for off-street parking insufficient. Yes, there is parking. How many spaces are there, Ms. Denard? Can you unmute your mic again, please?
2 cars.
Okay, and I thought that was in relationship to what we were being cited for in my response to the chair. So there's 2 cars, 2 parking spaces on the site.
Okay. And Mr. Feaster, the last time that this particular address was before this board, was there any additional provisos besides design review placed on the appeal?
I'll look at that.
Hello, Madam Chair, this is Tom.
Yes, go ahead.
Looks like the original decision from 2019, there were no provisos on the relief report.
Okay. Mr. Feaster, I think I have some bad news for you and your applicant. is that, you know, the quick scan of the quick look at the photo looks like the car is in the front yard. And you know how we're concerned about front yard parking, you know, that's clearly the front yard. And so, you know, we will have an issue with that car being there.
Can I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
I usually park 3 cars. There is space. There is space. Behind the blue car, there's another parking space behind it. There is no, there is space in the side of the house for
Okay,
cars.
so we
But
just,
I really park 2 cars.
we want to make clear that you understand that the bumper of that white car needs to meet the white line that comes up from the roof to the bottom of your house. It cannot be, the car should not be parked where it is, okay? So we just want you to be aware of that. In the meantime, are there any other questions from the board about this proposal?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm a little confused. Did the applicant come before us for variance in order for single family and did the work and now are coming back to change from a single to a 2?
Yes.
That seems a little odd.
Yep, it is, but.
Yeah, Mr. Ehrlich, I have to say, again, I'm coming into this with the present application. I wasn't privy to, nor was I involved with representing the applicant at the time when they came before the board in 2019. So,
Mr. Ehrlich?
Here's my question, Madam Chair, which is that I don't feel like this board should be taken advantage of, and it appears to me that if you're going to have that many bedrooms in a single-family house, that's quite unusual, and it appears that the intent all along was to have 2-family, but for whatever reason they chose not to. So I kind of feel like there's a little game going on here that I'm not pleased about.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Mr. Nod, can you respond to Mr. Ehrlich, since I'm unaware, you know, could you respond to Mr. Ehrlich's concerns?
Yes. Again, my name is Vanessa. The reason we propose to add the other room, me, myself, I have 4 kids, and I have my husband's mother. She's sick in the home, and I have my nieces, who's I'm the legal guardian. So I have a big family. That's the reason I propose for that, and I'm intended to leave the property. I've been living here for quite 10 years now, so that's the only reason.
So if to clarify for us, will you and your extended family be living in unit number 2, and is unit number 1 proposed to be a rental, or will it be a family member?
I will be in unit number 2. In the unit number 1, I have my brother who recently relocating from Haiti to here, so he'll be living in the unit 1 with his family.
I see. Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the board? And Mr. Ehrlich, this might be a 2-family district only because the lot area is the violation, but the use is not forbidden. In the meantime, is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Danielle Fonseca with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Our office would like to go on record in support of 64 Radcliffe Road. The applicants completed the community process, and an abutters meeting was held on June 16th, 2021. During the meeting, the same concerns that were addressed from an abutter at the last hearing that was on April 13th were reiterated. The abutters had disagreements with this applicant dating back to 2019. They've also stated concerns regarding vehicles that they believe routinely and illegally parked in the neighborhood. They've also expressed they believe that the intention of this addition is to have bedrooms available on Airbnb, and adding this listing could introduce additional difficulties with parking. There have also been some questions raised around construction and substantiation of city approval for the top floor. All of these concerns and documents have been submitted to the board for review, And all this being said, the applicants have received support from the Roseberry Ruskindale Road Neighborhood Association, and they've also made themselves available to provide and go over documentations, development plans, and answer any additional questions that the community may have. We believe this is a modest project, and our office does not believe it will negatively impact the community, but we do ask that the applicant does continue to connect with the abutters and clarify questions surrounding construction plans and continue to be forthcoming and upfront with their intentions for the addition, as well as alleviating any concerns around parking. Thank you.
So Danielle, the last time we saw this project, was it that there were a number of cars on it, and Mr. Denode's husband was on the phone from his car as a driver, right? Was it taxis, or what was it? What were the vehicles that were on site?
So from my understanding, the abutter, who is not a direct abutter, who lives on a nearby street but is still within that 300-foot radius, had concerns about vehicles that they would see parked in front of the home that they didn't know was theirs, but that they believed was theirs. So from the abutters meeting and the information that I gathered, it seems like, dating back from the original process back in 2019, that this seems to just be disagreements and a dispute between neighbors in that regard.
Okay. Ms. Ambassador, anybody else to speak on this project?
Yes, we have 4 hands raised.
Madam Chairman, Secretary here, we do have letters of opposition and we do have letters of support.
Thank you.
Okay, caller 24, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and location for the board. Caller 24, you've been unmuted.
Oh, of course not. Everybody over there in their house is Vietnam.
Okay. Let's see, the next person is, oh, I'm having problems with John Lyons. Okay.
Hi, this is Jordan speaking from Councilor Warner's office. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Councilor Warner would like to go on the record in support. Thank you.
Ricardo, goodness. Ricardo, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and location for the board.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Calix. I'm at 82 Taunton Avenue and a direct abutter to the project.
Tell us, are you in support or in opposition, Ricardo?
I am in opposition. My entire family is. I'm speaking on behalf of.
Okay.
One more, and then caller 33, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and location for the board. Caller 33. All right, John Lyons, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and location for the board. John? All right. I guess that's it, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, could I ask, or the ambassador, what is Mr. Calixte spoken opposition, but he did not give his address. Could I have his address, please?
Ricardo?
82 Taunton Avenue. The house literally next door.
Okay, and then it looks like caller number 20 something is back on.
26, yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you've been unmuted, caller 26. Go ahead and state your name and location. For
Yes,
the board.
yeah, I've been trying to say I'm calling from 120 West Kendall Road, and we are in favor of it.
And your name, please?
Our name is Richard Barat.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so given that information, may I have a motion, please? Because this...
I'll make a motion to approve with the proviso that, there's no front yard parking.
Okay. And then, do we want to see this project, in a couple of years or a year? This is unusual, but there seems to be a lot of, issues with this proposal from our last hearing and from this hearing.
I'll second the motion, if they come back in a year.
1 year, okay. Is there, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Feaster, I'm glad you're the attorney for this project. Can you please really coach these applicants, so that we have, a happy neighborhood, if that can be possible?
Yes, I will work with Danielle, Ms. Fonseca, to make sure that we possibly have another meeting. I want to thank the board. And when you say in a year, are you talking about a year from this date or a year from when it, once we've gone to ISD, or what? Which are you referring to for 1 year from the hearing
Once you
date?
have your occupancy as a two-family.
Okay.
Okay, we just want to see that things are working out, but for sure, we do want to see this again.
All right, I will definitely make note of that. Thank you very much, and I will do all that I can, if I'm still practicing at that time, to make sure that this matter comes back.
Okay.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 116-3273, 4160 to 4164 Washington Street. This is to erect a new 4-story building with 7 residential units and 2 commercial spaces, office and retail. The violation is Article 67, Section 56, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Article 67, Section 11, use and regulations in the neighborhood sub-district dwelling unit use located on the first floor is conditional. Article 67, Section 12, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 67, Section 12, the height is excessive. Article 67, Section 12, the height is excessive in feet. Article 67, Section 12, the front yard setback is insufficient. Article 67, Section 12, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Article 67, Section 29, street wall continuity in Washington Street. Article 67, Section 29, the street wall continuity in Bexley Road. And Article 67, Section 33, traffic visibility across the corners. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chairwoman, this is Eric Robinson. I'll be recusing myself.
Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, this is a 6-member board, so you need 5 members in support.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Kyle Smith with KDS Law, business address of 359 Newbury Street, Boston, Massachusetts.
Yes, please go ahead. Tell us what's being proposed and why you were deferred the last time.
All right, Madam Chair. So what is currently being proposed, the plans before you call for a 4-story building, of which on the Washington face of the building, keep in mind that we front on both Bexley Road and Washington Street in Rosendale, within probably 100 yards of Rosendale Square. We have 2 commercial spaces on Washington Street as you're facing the building on the left and on the right. We have a proposed 2-bed, 2 full bath ADA compliant unit to the rear of the project at grade level, first floor. Garden basement level will contain storage for the respective units, mechanical systems, and then on the front side of the building on Washington Street, below grade is respective left and right portions to provide additional space for the proposed commercial units. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, as you're standing on Washington Street to the left and to the right of the building, we're proposing on each floor 2 3-bed, 2-bath units, left of building and right of building, and those floor plates are then mirrored on floors 2, 3, and 4. So basically 6 3-bed, 2 baths on floors 2 through 4, with proposed common roof decks on the roof.
I'm sorry, tell us the square footage of those 3 beds.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. The 3 beds are proposed to be on the left side of the building, 1,079 square feet. On the right side of the building, they're proposed to be 1,001 square feet approximately.
And then you said, and then the seventh unit, I'm sorry, what was that again?
The ADA compliant unit, which is first floor to the rear of the building off of Washington Street, is a 2-bed, 2 full bath, proposed to be roughly 908 square feet, Madam Chair.
And then you said the roof decks were common?
Yes, it's a common shared roof deck accessible by full head house for additional exterior space.
And then just tell me again, is Moreno proposed to stay or not?
So the current proposed developer is themselves the current owner and operator of Moreno Auto Body. The gentleman is looking to retire due to injury and then is proceeding himself with these proposed plans for development. So the proposal is to raise the structure and then to erect the structure in its place.
Okay, so since this is you're raising a structure and you have access through Bexley without requiring a curb cut on Washington, why is there no parking provided?
Well, Madam Chair, our first iteration of these plans actually called for no commercial spaces on Washington, an ADA unit on the front side of the building on Washington, the same type of layout for floors 2, 3, and 4 for 3-bed, 2-bath units with a garage bay and 8 off-street parking spaces originally. That was our originally proposed plan. We then presented to the Rosendale Village Business Association and very strongly heard from them that they wanted to see commercial spaces on the Washington face of the building, and they were very much proponents for eliminating parking in light of the fact that within 100 yards of our structure we have a major bus stop with access to 6 or 7 major bus lines. We are 3/4 of a mile from Forest Hills train station, and we are less than a 1/4 mile away from the Rosendale commuter rail T-stop. So there was, specific calls to maintain family-sized units, maintain the ADA compliant unit, but put in commercial space on Washington, on the Washington face of the building, in favor of sacrificing the parking spaces. So in light of proximity to transit and otherwise, in light of the specific request to do so, the proponent is trying to, have a project that threads the needle and tries to accommodate the greater concerns of the community as far as overall needs, understanding that we can't possibly appease all parties with all requests.
So I understand the business association's perspective, and I'm assuming Moreno is part of the business association. What do residents who've lived in the community have to say about this proposal?
Sure, and Madam Chair, just to reiterate one point about parking too, the current length of the building on Bexley Road is currently entirely a curb cut to service the auto body shop.
Absolutely.
The end plan is to then return that curb and return approximately 4 to 5 parking spaces to the public domain on Bexley Road abutting the building. To answer your specific question, Madam Chair, from our original abutters meeting, I would call this client very conscientious. He is trying to run an auto body shop that is otherwise abutting other commercial spaces and specifically abutting residential units on Bexley Road. We unanimously heard from the abutters that they would like to see anything there, and specifically residential housing in place of the current business, which is operating as an auto body shop. Even though things and fumes and otherwise are vented, while the owner tries to mitigate and reduce noise emissions, and is a very respectful operator of a auto body business, I would say that he is the type of business is not specifically favored by and enjoyed by the immediate abutters.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
They're okay. There are 2 stair towers in the front and the rear that lead to the roof decks, which I gather are common. And they end up in a head house, 2 head houses on the roof, which I think this board would have concerns about, but other than that, the plans are adequate.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you raised a question earlier, which I did not answer.
Can you please hold on, Kyle?
Yes.
Any questions from the board? Okay, please then go ahead, answer the question, Kyle.
Madam Chair, you asked why we were deferred from last meeting approximately 2 months ago. The owner had switched architects kind of mid-project. As I understand it from the prior architect, and I was not the point of contact interfacing with ISD, but there were some floor plate issues internal to the building that they updated the plans and submitted to ISD to eliminate those issues. That did not cause any other external changes to the building. We have confirmation that there are no new zoning violations, but there was updated plans submitted for internal layout purposes that I was unaware of. And ultimately ISD was missing the actual stamped plans. They had non-stamped plans presented to them, which is not sufficient for ISD purposes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just ask the proponent, who has been before this board numerous times, is there a reason that you came forward with a set of drawings including head houses, knowing the feelings of the board about that issue?
Answering on behalf of the proponent has not been before you, but as far as counsel for the proponent, I was not specifically aware of your opposition to head houses. I think specifically as it relates to, and I did discuss this specifically with the architect before this meeting, there are some surrounding fences to fence in the common roof deck. They have elected to, for both design and safety, have additional 4-foot kind of parapets surrounding the building, which does give some additional height. We are certainly willing to work with, stringent BPDA design review as it relates to the head houses, the parapets, to reduce the overall feel and massing of the building. So the owner and the architect are willing to work with BPDA as far as it relates to those design elements.
We've had enough of applicants come before us where they want to punt to the BPDA. And then, no offense to the BPDA, no offense, Jeff, but when something really gets constructed and there's been very little work done, I just think it's not fair to the community. So we are looking for applicants to come to us with a fully respectful building that really will support the neighborhood in whatever way it can. In the meantime, let me go ahead, if there are no more questions from the board, see if anybody is here to speak either in support or in opposition. So please start raising your hand.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services.
Okay, Connor, can you please hold on for a minute? Joe, are you back on?
Yeah.
You're back on?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, go ahead, Connor.
Thank you, ma'am. So the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this proposal, but requesting BPDA design review. We received numbers of letters in opposition and in support, which I believe we forwarded to the board. Crux of the argument in opposition is concerns regarding parking, but as the applicant mentioned, parking is being added by closing the curb cut, and also the project is in close proximity to a very active bus lane and bike lane. So we feel that the switch to commercial spaces on the floor is in line with the existing character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have letters of support in opposition.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I actually have Jordan from Councilor Arroyo's office. You've been muted, Jordan.
Hello. Madam Chair, members of the board, we actually do not want to take a stance on this at this time.
Okay. Anybody from any other counselor's office? Okay. I'm just going to add my 2 cents because as a Rosendale resident, I'm having issues with this proposal because I do think there's a way of accommodating some level of commercial use on the frontage, but absolutely accommodating parking. Because I think with the proposals that we've seen with lack of parking, it's impossible to even come into some of those stores and visit some of the stores because parking is an issue. I see Dave Vittarini is on. Dave, are you going to get on the record in any way, shape, or form?
No, Madam Chair, we are not going to take a position on this one.
You're not going to take a position on this? Okay. So I will make that comment as a Rosendale resident that I think the community is owed better in proposal and in design. So I will put that out there, and then let's, may I have a motion from the board?
I'm going to make a motion for approval with the following provisos. The head houses be replaced by hatch and BPDA design review to try to make sure that there is, that the commercial face is contextual, and if there is any possibility of incorporating some parking into the proposal.
I'll second that motion, Secretary.
I like it, Mr. Ehrlich. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
You're opposed? So the motion does not carry. It's been denied.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I thought you said that we had a 6-member board. We needed 5 members of support.
Yes, and you don't have 5 members of support because Mr. Ruggiero was in opposition and I too am in opposition. Okay? So it's been denied. Thank you.
Following the next 2 cases, calling BOA 109-8890, 35 Avalon Road. There is a companion case, BOA 174-692, 39 Avalon Road. This is for 35. This is a recti single, 2-family story house with a garage on vacant lot. The violations, Article 10, Section 1, limitation of parking area. Article 56, Section 39, off-street parking requirements. Article 56, Section 8, the lot area is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, lot width is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, lot frontage is insufficient. And Article 56, Section 8, the floor-area ratio is excessive. This is for 39 Avalon. This is a laydown of a driveway for an existing single-family at 39 Avalon Road, which currently benefits from off-street parking on the 35 Avalon Road. Violations, Article 10, Section 1, limitation of parking area, and Article 56, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Fulgini, 10 Forbes Road in Braintree, on behalf of the owner, Chris and Nina Hanley. Together, Tony Ferrara is on this call as well. So the Hanleys currently live in 39 Avalon. Their proposal is they have a growing family. They would like to build a house at 35 Avalon. The zoning in this neighborhood is 1F 6,000. The lot size is 4,710 square feet. These are separately assessed parcels.
So I'm sorry, what's the square footage again?
I apologize, Madam Chair. It's 4,710 square feet.
Okay.
So the proposal to build a 2,400 square foot single family home with parking, and Chris and Nina are, as I said, longtime residents, and again, they have a growing family, and that's what they're looking to accommodate. The violations are limitations on parking area, off-street parking in front of the garage, which isn't a violation because in West Roxbury it's 1 space per unit, and there's a garage space which accomplishes that. Lot area, the zoning is, as I stated, 1F 6,000. This is 4710. Lot width is required is 60. Proposed existing is 50. Lot frontage required is 60. Proposed existing is 50. And
So
FAR,
hold on, Council. So this is one family, a proposed one family in a proposed one family district. And I'm assuming that the lot area insufficiency, is that common for most of the lots on Avalon Road?
As a matter of fact, it's a very good question. It is exactly common, and it's, as a matter of fact, the average square footage of a lot on Avalon Road is 4,800 square feet, and there is only one home, Madam Chair, that would comply with the current day zoning on Avalon Street. One out of, I don't know, probably, I would say 40 or 50 homes.
Okay, so this is about average for the neighborhood. Now tell us about what's 39 Avalon.
So 39 Avalon is where Chris and Hanley currently live. It's a single-family home, and the violations, as Mr. Fortune read out on that, were limitations on parking area, because what we're doing to accommodate parking on off-street parking on both spaces is the newest structure, proposed new structure at 35 is going to give a 3-foot easement so that they have a passageway for parking to the right of that house, and the side yard's insufficient, which is currently existing.
And it's going to be registered, the shared driveway?
It is. It's going to be recorded easement, Madam Chair.
Okay. Can we see a street view of this proposal, please, Ms. Ambassador? Or, I'm sorry, Ms. Edwards?
There should be a picture, Jessica, that we submitted that's a colored illustration that shows the property. There you go. So there's the proposed house. The current house you can see is the white house to the left.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are good, no questions.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition to this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Peter Favorito from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition.
And Peter, what's the opposition based on?
We've been opposed since the conception of this project. Basically, whatchamacallit, there's a significant amount of opposition amongst the neighborhood. Upwards of 50 letters of opposition were submitted from both Avalon neighbors and the surrounding neighborhood. It's lack of communication to the neighborhood about the proposal, and I know that this project was deferred a couple of times at ZBA. And I know that's the gist of it pretty much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. In opposition as well. The applicant did complete a full community process, and we did hear a lot of feedback both for and against this proposal. Received over 40 or so letters of
Jack, you kind of
back in March and received
Jack, you just
I'm sorry?
You're just fading in and out. I don't know if there's a problem with your line or something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. So can you please repeat what you said?
Yep. So we'd like to go on record in opposition. The applicant did complete a full community process, and we did hear a lot of feedback both for and against the proposal. There was about 40 or so letters of opposition. The applicant did receive a support vote from the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council back in March, and we've received about 20 or so letters in support of this proposal. But at this time, I'd like to go on record in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we do have letters of support. We also have letters of opposition.
So I got a question, a couple questions.
Hold on, Joe. Let's get on the record the support and opposition, because I see a few raised hands. So, Ms. Ambassador.
All right. Laurel, you've been unmuted. Please. Go ahead and state your name and your location for the board. Laurel? Laurel? Okay. Valerie, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and location for the board.
I'm Valerie Keogh. I live across the street at 24 Avalon Road, and I'm in complete support of it.
Thank you.
Thomas, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and your location for the board.
Good afternoon. My name's Tom McIntyre. I reside at 5 Avalon Road in West Roxbury. I would like to speak in favor of this project. I think the Hanleys have done a great job in terms of being transparent about their plans for the construction of the house. I think the integrity of their builder, Tony Ferrara, only solidifies the fact that the project would be completed with minimal disruption and transparency. And finally, I think that, frankly, the neighborhood benefits from a family like the Hanleys. So with that, I appreciate your time, and I would ask the board to support them. Thank you.
Yeah. Brian, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and your location for the board.
My name is Brian Travish. I live at 16 Avalon Road. I am speaking in opposition to this plan. Despite the commentary that the lot size is average, the average FAR for houses on Avalon Road and the surrounding roads is only 0.35. This house is much larger than the contextual houses, and I worry that this sets a dangerous precedent for overbuilding on lots in this neighborhood.
Thank you. Having problems with Raymond. Okay. Raymond, you've been unmuted. Can you state your name and location for the board, please?
Hi, my name is Raymond Travers. I live at 71 Avalon Road. I just want to speak my support for this project.
Thank you. Allie, you've been unmuted. Go ahead and state.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Allie Newton, 31 Avalon Road. I am the most direct abutter, and I am strongly opposed to this project. I will keep this to a minute. Due to my concerns about the house blocking the sunlight in my house and backyard, I was twice told by the applicants that they would do a shadow study, and they did not. The applicants stated that they have held several community meetings when they have held only one pre-pandemic. If there were more, I would like to know the dates. They made no effort to engage.
So Ms. Newton, so your opposition is based on sunlight and shadow on your property and process?
Yes, but I have a couple of more comments that I would quickly like to make.
Yes, can you put it in bullet points so I can catch on?
Sure. My second bullet point is that they made no effort to engage the 50 or so neighbors who are opposed to their plan. I don't know about these dates of meetings. Also, exactly half of their signatures are not even on the city's abutters list. I have two more bullet points. A few of the applicants' friends have stressed that they are a nice family and that based on this argument, they should have the right to build this house. I would like to stress that we are all nice, hardworking people and families.
You know, Ms. Newton, thank you, but from our perspective, we are with you on nice. We assume everybody is nice. Our goal is not to evaluate niceness, but to look at the proposal and to look at it contextually. So thank you.
May I make one more quick comment?
Yep.
I just want to say that there has been a lot of tension in the neighborhood, and I have been told directly that the city of Boston owes the applicants this home and because they have lived and worked here their entire life. And I find this viewpoint to be entirely exclusionary and in conflict with the spirit of a diverse, all-embracing, and cosmopolitan city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Adrian?
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Adrian, you've been unmuted. State your name and location for the board, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrienne Vaughn. I live across the street from the proposed house at 16 Avalon Road. And like Ms. Newton, I'm in opposition to this house. I feel that throughout this process, this is the third time we've been before the ZBA, and this is the first time it has not been deferred. And I have my opportunity to speak my opposition. I feel that the two deferrals before represent bad faith in this process. Only this morning, was I provided with information that the proponent had been trying to get signatures in support of this position?
I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn.
Yeah.
So what specifically is your opposition based on? And if you could give us new information on the specific proposal.
Sure. Well, I mean, so my first question is, I'm not even, so we went through the community process over a year ago. Since then, I feel like we've had no input from the neighbors. I've been in opposition to this, as have 50 of my neighbors, for over a year. And I feel like there's been no communication from these people to try to understand our concerns, to try to alleviate some of our concerns, and to try to mitigate those with us. I feel like this is too small a lot size. I understand that Avalon Road has small lot sizes, but this is a much larger house than any other single family house on the street. I do not feel like that picture accurately represents the way it will look when this is done.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I actually have one more if you'd like to.
Okay, yes, let's go for it.
Nina, you've been unmuted. Go ahead and state your name and your location for the board, please.
Hi, my name is Nina Hanley. I actually live at 39 Avalon, and I'm the one who's looking to build at 35 Avalon Road for my family.
Thank you. We rely on your attorney to present the information on your behalf. So let's just go ahead and close comments. And I will ask Mr. Pulcini to respond to some of the concerns. I think that the primary thing that I'm interested in is the average FAR on that street and how this is contextual. Okay, Mr. Pulcini?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. So initially, when we first proposed this project, we had started out, it was a much bigger home on this lot. I understand that the argument is that this is the lot size is small, but then again, the houses are small. This house was originally, I think, somewhere around 2,700 square feet. It's been knocked down to 2,400 square feet. The footprint of the house is very small. The reason why, Madam Chair, the FAR has increased is because if you look at the plans, and I'm sure Mr. Robinson has them in front of him, they state clearly that what they did is because of their growing family, they put one of the bedrooms into the attic space, and that accomplished, their family's goals without imposing anything more on the neighborhood.
Okay, so what is the FAR that's required in this district?
It's a 0.4 FAR, Madam Chair, and we're at 0.5.
Okay, so okay, got it. Okay, so given that information, and as to kind of echo what a previous chair of this board used to say that we've all picked up in the 20 years or more that he's been gone, is that the hardest thing to build is a one family in a one family neighborhood. So we've seen this. So may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with BPDA design review. After reviewing it closely and listening to the commentary, I appreciate the community's concerns, and I think that hopefully the proponent will work with the abutting neighbors to understand. I do think the shadowing will be minimal based on the attic bedroom is actually against the 39 side instead of the other side. So I think it's a valid proposal for this site.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Joe's opposed, motion carries. Did you have a question, Joe, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, it was just about curb cuts and one car and front yard parking.
Okay. But that hopefully design review will take care of it, but on the record, you're opposed. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Madam Chair, before we go to the last case, I've been told by council we have to go back to 51 Holly Street. One of our board members was not heard on his voice vote. So I just want to make sure I call it back into the record, and then I guess we have to get a voice vote on it all over again. So for the record, calling VOA 1171375 51 Lawley Street.
Is Mr. Moranci still on? Okay, so who made the motion for approval?
Did I? I think I did.
Okay, and the
I
second?
know that I seconded, Madam Chair.
Okay, so let me just hear this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I too am in support. Anybody in opposition?
Aye, Eric.
Eric is in opposition. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now we'll go to the last two cases of the day. Case BOA 1026920, 115 K Street. There's a companion case BOA 1026937, 115 K Street. For reconsideration of the board's May 18, 2021 vote of 6-1 to deny the relief requested below per Article 5, Section 5-3 of the zoning code, the applicant has requested to be heard on whether the alleged technological and procedural issues at the first hearing merit waiving the one-year bar on returning to the board to be heard on the same project. Madam Chair, is it necessary for me to call on the violations, or should we just go from here?
No, let's just keep it completely consistent, Mr.
Okay.
Because
Very good.
I know we are getting a little bit out of breath, but let's just put it on the record.
Yep, for the violations of Article 68, Section 13, the use of regulations is conditional. Then for the other 115 K Street, it's for reconsideration of the board's May 18, 2021 vote of 6-1 to deny the relief requested below per Article 5, Section 5.3 of the zoning code. The applicant has requested to be heard on whether the alleged technological and procedural issues at the first hearing merit waiving of the one-year bar on returning to the board to be heard on the same project. The violation is Article 68, Section 13, cannabis established as conditional. And Article 68, Section 13, subsection 68-39, cannabis accessory uses, office storage is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross. I am the attorney for the applicant with the business address of 1 International Place. Madam Chair, I did provide a 26-page legal memorandum to the board on July 6th. And with regard to the decision.
So Counselor, I did read your memo, and I just want you to first I want to make sure that the board and anybody listening to this case is that we understand the intent of this, which is whether or not the vote today will determine whether or not there will be a full hearing at a later date to reconsider this case. So I just want to make that clear to everybody that we are not hearing the merits of this case today. All we want to know very briefly, Counselor, is why you believe that this should be reheard by this board.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here only to speak on. I'm here only to speak on the motion itself. I provided that memo, but I did an oral argument. I timed it. It was about 5 minutes, so I can walk you through this very quickly. Essentially, there are substantive matters and procedural matters. So there are 4 substantive matters, and the first substantive matter has to do with the conditional use permit itself, and that the particular application meets the needs of a conditional use permit. The Boston zoning code says that if it meets the needs, that the board shall grant a conditional use permit, and that those standards have to do with location. This being in the Sumner Street local industrial subdistrict without any variances. This being in terms of not adversely affecting the neighborhood. We provided a report by our security company that reviewed 911 calls of cannabis establishments in Boston and other information relating to being not adverse to the neighborhood. This applies to no hazard to vehicles and pedestrians. Again, we provided a engineer's report from Niche Engineering. We have 36 parking spaces on site. We have internal loading, and then not being a nuisance, and the facility being adequate. The facility certainly is adequate based on what I just described, based on the internal queuing of people.
So we're not hearing the merits of the case, okay? So let's just proceed.
So I'll move forward. That was just the conditional use permit, Madam Chair. The second substantive reason to support the the reconsideration vote just has to do with Massachusetts case law, and I point to the Crittenden Hastings House versus Board of Appeals in 1988 case that the Mass Appeals Court took up, and there was a Brighton nursery school on the campus of Crittenden Hastings House that had to do with, Crittenden Hastings House was performing abortions in opposition of the Brighton community, and the case was reversed because the court found that it met the conditional use permit.
Right.
The third has to do, Madam Chair, with the state law, and the state law refers to whether or not the city's regulations are unreasonably impracticable. And this issue is recent, it's only applying to cannabis. They put it in the new law in 2016, and they define unreasonably impractical. They define it as such a high risk of investment, risk, money, time, or any other resource or asset that a reasonably prudent business person would not operate a marijuana establishment. I think after 27 months and over $1 million spent here, to be denied now would be unreasonably impracticable. And then the final substantive issue.
But you do understand clearly is that when we make a decision, whatever you've spent, you're taking a risk that you will be approved. As in every other case, this is no different from every other case.
Of course, Madam Chair, but every case is different based on the legal standard of, say, a conditional use permit or a variance, or in this case, cannabis, which has state law provisions available to it. Okay. I'm just saying the final substantive matter for this is that both the Boston Cannabis Board ordinance and the code itself speaks to dispersing these uses throughout the city. There are 42 approved dispensaries in Boston, and zero are in South Boston, yet every other neighborhood does contain this type of use. Depending on how you define neighborhoods, but I provided that to the board, every neighborhood other than South Boston has those uses. Some have more than one. And then on the procedural side, there are just 3 quick procedural reasons why we would ask you to consider this motion for reconsideration. The first has to do with those technical difficulties that were heard, that I provided a transcript of the call. Despite the best efforts of the chair, you could not hear how people voted. I appreciate the chair's efforts as I've been watching these last half hour, how you're going and making sure everyone is getting on the record. That's what needed to happen. It did not. The second procedural issue had to do with the violation of the open meeting law. The Attorney General says that there must be a roll call vote for online hearings. There was none. That would have cured this issue, and that would have taken away this, probably me being here. And then finally, the mayor's office did not testify. It's not required that the mayor's office testify, but it is in practice, universally practiced by this board. My understanding and belief is that the mayor's office is prepared to testify, whether for or against, I do not know, but they are prepared to do. Finally, I'd say, Madam Chair, is that were this a variance, I couldn't be here right now. The only reason why I'm here is because it's a conditional use permit without any buffer issues.
I have some new maps to show you.
The board has ample opportunity to take an applicant like this and restrict it in hours, restrict it in parking, restrict it with the things you do every day. That would have been absolutely legitimate. What I don't think is to straight out deny a conditional use permit that has no variances, given the fact that it does meet the letter of the law. And I'll pause there, Madam Chair. I appreciate you hearing my arguments.
Thank you, Councilor, and thank you for your memo. I did enjoy reading it, I must admit. For those board members who were here at that meeting, you heard the merits, in support, you heard the merits in opposition. May I have a motion whether we should reconsider this at a later date or not?
Madam Chair,
all I need is a motion, and that's all I need.
I am going to make a motion to deny reconsideration.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I do have one hand raised.
I'm not taking testimony because this is just the board conversation. Thank you, Ms. Ambassador. May I just hear, can one of you please second that motion, or am I hearing no second to that? Because these reconsiderations are new things that we're hearing. And we could, anyway, so there's a motion on the table. Is there a second? Okay, so since there is no second, may I have a new motion?
I'll make a motion to allow the reconsideration.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion to allow reconsideration, Ligris.
So, motion was Joe, second was Ligris. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Eric.
I'm opposed.
Who's opposed?
Mark Ehrlich.
I too am opposed.
Very opposed.
And Sherry is opposed, so motion for approval does not carry, so it's been denied. Okay? Thank you. The meeting is now adjourned. May I ask the board members